Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Georgian Bay Echo Chamber for Monday, April 13th, 2026. And I'd like to call this regular council meeting to order at 9 a.m. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the lands that they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to the place. The land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it, and we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. And we have the resident acknowledgement statement. Does anyone want to read it? Or shall I go ahead at this point? I'll read it then. We want to acknowledge the commitment of the residents of Georgian Bay Township. We recognize that this municipality operates because of the financial support and volunteerism of a diverse community, including seasonal and full-time residents, volunteers, businesses who sustain our services, infrastructure, staff, and local democracy. We shall share a common interest in having a transparent, fiscally responsible, well-governed municipality. Council, the corporation, including its municipal staff, commit to serve with accountability, fiscal responsibility, environmental stewardship, to create a service-oriented culture that focuses on helping and acting in the best interest of the community. Thank you for that. And before I go there, any declaration of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest? Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, through your worship. I have something conflict enclosed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Wojcik. Yeah, okay, thank you. It's okay. You know, we're blessed today because we have all 7 councillors are present today in person, which is doesn't always happen that often. And so that means we have to exercise the echo chamber possibilities a little more often, just to remind ourselves. We have an open forum. Mr. Baumgartner, now I'm messing up. Baumgartner, close enough, I think. You, Richard, in the back, if you don't mind coming forward.
Thank you very much.
And you have to sit or not, but you have to have the microphone so everybody on line, yeah, they can hear you. And the rule is to identify yourself, do a better job than I did, and you have technically 2 minutes.
Okay, very good. First of all, Thank you, Mayor, councilors, and staff for affording me a couple minutes to speak to you this morning. It's very much appreciated. My name is Richard Baumgartner. I reside at 1009 Kilty Bay Road in MacTier. In terms of the address, I'm physically in the Township of Muskoka Lakes, so I'll declare that up front so there's no mistake. But we own several properties, and two of them abut the dividing line between Muskoka Lakes and Georgian Bay. Our community, in terms of for my wife and I, is MacTier. Anyways, I'm a member of the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee. I'm here today not to take sides about the question regarding the MAAC versus the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee that's being proposed. Rather, I want to offer a practical, collaborative path forward that I believe serves the entire community. I want to start by saying that we very much appreciate the fact that the council is so invested in the future of the arena. Also, the fact that the last council meeting, you were divided on the question about MAAC versus RMAC, or the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee. That tells us that both committees have genuine merit. In my mind, that's a good problem to have. What I'm asking you to consider today is to run both committees in parallel, only temporarily. Allow MAAC and RMAC to each meet once a month until the municipal election requires a natural pause. That is 2 meetings per month, one for each committee, focused, productive, and moving forward together. Ideally, RMAC in the middle of the month, and the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee continues at the end of the month. Here's why this matters. The arena is on a 2-year countdown clock. Once it moves into poor conditions, our opportunities, the township's options narrow and the costs rise. Every month we spend dissolving one committee and standing up another is a month that we're not making progress on this key decision. A short-term parallel approach means no momentum is lost. The good work that MAAC has done already is preserved and built upon, and the vision behind the RMAC gets a real chance to prove its value. This isn't a compromise. We believe it's a bridge that keeps everyone moving in the same direction. I'll also note from discussions this morning that were had on the way here, we confirmed that Chris Fellows would be willing to serve on both committees, which would facilitate a natural bridge in terms of information. The MacTier community is engaged. They're ready to help. They need to see that there's progress in this and we don't lose time and have to restart. Thank you so much for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much. Council, any questions for Mr. Baumgartner? I think your message was very clear. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you kindly for your time.
Thank you. You don't need our permission, but we'll give it to you nonetheless. Put my mic back on. Communication from mayor and council. And council, I'm sure you noted that there was a 12-page report. And I wish to make a couple comments on that report before we get into the others. And that is, it says it is from me, but I'm not sure that's correct. I did request it. And I requested it because I stole the idea from Chair Jeff Lehman over District, who had district staff do a somewhat similar report. And I mentioned that to our CEO, Mariotti, and he said, sure. And I guess the senior management team jumped in and produced much more than I was asked for or expecting. And I think it's a very impressive list, and I think it's well worth considering. I'm sure many people, whether it's council or those else otherwise reading it, will say there's certain items been missed or certain items maybe aren't they didn't know about, or at least in my case, I'd forgotten a couple of them at least. Also think it's an interesting list because it's got some items that are internal, some items that are external, some items that were council encouraged, some items that were encouraged by regulation or just initiative of staff. And so anyway, I think it's a very impressive list. I'm glad and I appreciate staff making that list. And more importantly, appreciate the fact all the work. I mean, this is just a report. It's all the work that they actually did over the last over the prior 3 years and longer that I think is important to note. Anyway, feel free to comment on that if you like, and then I'll go into the crossed board, and I'm going to start with Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the report. I really appreciated the getting a good summary of what we've been able to accomplish over the last term, 2 terms, whatever. But it also highlights how much work we got to keep doing in order to maintain a lot of the stuff that we established during this period of time. And I do hope that we can continue with what we've already started, and that's nice to see. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you for the report, and it's certainly a good idea to document what we're trying to accomplish. I'm certainly in favor of that. I have one modest suggestion, and that is that it's really just the title, I guess, partially. It's an update effectively for our constituents as much as it's for council, and I'm wondering if it would be in the interest of sort of council collaboration to say the mayor and council's report, just to show that, because the council did play a role.
Oh yeah, I know.
Amazingly enough, but they did.
I said, it's, as I said it clear, it's not from me,
Right.
even though for some reason that's the way they wrote it. But no, I simply asked for it.
Right.
That's my responsibility. Everything else belongs to either council, staff, the community.
And all I'm trying to
Yeah.
suggest
Yep.
is a little more clarity around that particular issue, because I think we do need a council to approve these things, if nothing else. And frankly, the council do bring things forward that are on the list. So
You know,
I just thought that might be a little bit more sort of a collaborative approach.
no, I have no issue with that whatsoever.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, I'm going to go to each individual councillor, and as I warned you, Councillor Bocek, you're first.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Not a very busy month. First off, I had a meeting with our financial staff, not just our director, but our staff with a local business member in the township about some of the financial difficulties he's having with the township. On the 4th, I attended a virtual meeting to do with training and council navigating through staff. That was on the 4th and the 5th. Of course, council on the 9th and 10th, planning and regular council. On the 11th, I met with some folks in MacTier to review some of the things that they're hoping for in the future of MacTier Refresh. Had another meeting with, again, the same local business owner about the issues he's having. That was mid-month. On the 20th, attended Chief Van Dam's retirement party, which was really solid and really great to see everybody supporting him in his retirement. And unfortunately, I had to miss the Sustainable Communities Advisory Committee. Jennifer, I'm sorry I was unavailable to attend that, but in the future, I plan on being at each and every one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Brett.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, just a quick question or comment on your report as well. I think it's something that I will want to share with constituents this spring. I think really because it does highlight what can be accomplished in 4 years. I think the only thing that I would want to, also add when I share it is that we still have challenges, that need to be highlighted, that we, we can pat ourselves in the back, but we still have areas where we haven't made all of the advances that we were looking for, and solid waste is one of them. So we'll have to. I just want to make sure people are aware that we are still challenged with other things. But in terms of my calendar for the last month, very similar to Councillor Bocek's MacTier refresh conversations, some conversations about the dock proposal that's going forward to Committee of the Whole on Tuesday. Sustainable Communities Committee, and that was really about it. But otherwise, just conversations with residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'll give you the update on the library at this time. Updates are really, they're already getting started out for the summer programming, reaching out to college associations and other areas, which is also a reminder to all of us to make sure that any associations we are affiliated with are aware that the library is making that reach out to work with them through the summer. Summer students and some student funding and students have been set up, and our CEO, that would be Stephanie, will be meeting with our MPP and other library CEOs to discuss provincial support for Ontario Public Libraries. What is not known, and what I didn't know until I joined the board, is funding for public libraries has not changed in a long time. And it'd be nice to get a significant increase in provincial funding to libraries that take a little bit off our table here too as well. But that's something that's obviously being discussed there. Over and above that, SegBay meeting, that was also interesting. They keep moving forward, getting new members in from around Southern Georgian Bay, up to MacTier. They are doing some great promoting in that regard. They've got some new events, or a new event coming up June 20th, Pioneer Days here at the Brissett House, where they'll bring in a Sawyer and lots of other activities during that Saturday. And they're doing their Christmas in July event again this year as well. If anybody remembers, I think the mayor and I were there, and it was probably one of the hottest days of the year. It was stifling. And then on top of that, Chief Van Dam's retirement party, which I agree with Councilor Bocek, was a lovely event, and a nice send-off for Mr. Van Dam. And then the only other communication I had with constituent was a local in Honey Harbor who let me know that all the marinas have their bins in. And he made it sound like it was just a continuation of everything that's been going on for the last 20, 30 years. I had to explain to him, no, this is up to the marinas now. So it'll be interesting to see how that progresses. And I might pop down to check my marina to see where they put the bins, because obviously they got to be managed a little bit better this time around. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Gratiano.
And thank you, and through you, Mayor. Again, a relatively light month this month, meeting with all of my lake associations and our monthly touch points, as well as with the MAAC group on a couple of motions and matters that might be coming forward. Also met with council, of course, in a special council meeting that we had this month. I believe there's two of them. One of them I was absent for, just based on the agenda itself. And then lastly, as a heads up, we've been discussing the all associations Ward 1 and 3 meeting that would be upcoming as well. And so to any of the councillors here that are not in Wards 1 and 3, we welcome any additional items that you'd like to add to the discussion, should there be any discussions or any pieces of information you'd like to share with the all associations meeting. Aside from that, though, it's been a relatively light month. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. Starting off with a library board meeting, as per Councillor Jarvis. I had a unique experience. I got to attend a committee of adjustment meeting strapped to my chair, and that was an interesting experience. Also, we had another good water quality working group meeting. We're making good progress. There's still much to be done. but this is a very good progress being made already. I too attended the special council meeting we had. I also had an opportunity to meet with a possible new councillor candidate. That's very promising. So people are already getting interested in the process. Had several discussions on solid waste, and I had a discussion with a descendant of the original owner of the Brissette House, who has pictures from his family he would like to donate to the house. So more activity going on that front. And thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't know that the month was much quieter than any other months, but it started with, of course, our our council meetings, which we all attended. But on the 11th, just after those, I attended a Zoom meeting, which was our waterfront property planning working group. It's a mouthful, I'll tell you, the title, but it's a good group of very, very qualified people, either professional planners and or people that have had a lot of involvement in waterfront planning, and trying to identify where some work could be done for the forthcoming change to our official plan and zoning bylaw review. Following that, on the 13th, I dial in every month pretty much on the Committee of Adjustment. And so that was the 13th. And then the next week is district council meetings on the Monday, the district council. And then Wednesday, the 18th, was the Joint Engineering and Public Works Committee, on which I said I attended one in person and the second one by Zoom. That's my last opportunity this year to attend that meeting by Zoom. They allow 3 meetings per annum only, which is really great fun for people coming from the GTA in the winter, particularly. That's my little dig there, but it's a way for the locals to keep the cottagers away, I'm afraid. On the next meeting was the 24th, sorry, just trying to keep up with the meetings that I had here, lots of other ones. With 27th was a special council meeting, a couple of meetings that day, and then on the 31st, the water quality group, which is just really turning out to be quite exciting. It's a lot of talent, I think both inland and on Georgian Bay. There's some recruitment going on, and bring in some really very qualified individuals, anything from doctorates to masters and so forth in environmental sciences of some sort or another. And finally, this on the 2nd, a special council meeting again, and meeting on the 9th with a potential candidate for the next election. Imagine that. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a fairly busy month. A lot of the usual meetings. Many of the meetings have already been listed by one or another here. I won't go through all of those again. But on top of those meetings, I had an interesting meeting on the March 20th with a summer student who has worked here, and she's working on a project in her studies and needed to interview somebody like a mayor, and so she picked me, and it was kind of an interesting exercise because the various questions she had clearly has everything on the ball too, based on the questions, I can tell you. And I counted them up 11 different times on legal matters during the past month. So that was not something that happens in most months. So that was a bit of a time consumer. Had on just last week, the Municipal Area Indigenous Leadership Table was hosted by the Wasauksing First Nation at their Tapatu Resort. And we're trying scaling back, getting back to how we originally were more or less, and that is it's just basically a meeting of the chiefs and the mayors in the area, with a couple of staff advisors or provide reports. But it was a very good meeting, and very very glad that I went to that. I've heard a couple of references to potential candidates. I actually had conversations with 5 different potential candidates across the township, of varying levels, interested in various spots and various inquiries. And I think that's, to me, I'm very pleased that individuals are considering being a counselor in one position or another. And I'm hopeful that over the next few months, we have numerous people sign up and say they're interested in serving the community. And I think that would be a very good thing. And I think I'll leave it at that for now. And we'll move on to the next page on our agenda, which is staff reports. And our first staff report, Ms. Engel, is you telling us about our roads and what you plan on doing. Oh, sorry, I skipped over our CAO as I'm looking up. Oops. Ms. Engel, can you just wait a moment? Sorry about that, Mr. Mariotti. Can't even pronounce your name there. I apologize. Your turn.
Good morning, Council. Yeah, no, I think it's been a pretty busy month, as Council can see from the 20+ pages of updates from the team. I think, as the Mayor had pointed out, ditto on spending a lot of time and effort on legal matters when we could be spending time on doing good things for the township. But no, I mean, we've been able to, so far this year, achieve a fair bit of funding from the various provincial agencies. Totals right now stand at $160,000. So that's, $15,000 for a municipal ice storm relief fund, $50,000 from the Ministry of Emergency Preparedness and Response, which is going to go towards the purchase of a mobile generator that can be connected throughout our township facilities. So we're hoping to get that completed this year. And $24,700 from the Ministry of the Solicitor General for the Fire Department's cancer prevention equipment campaign, and also received $70,000 for a climate adaptation grant funding. So staff are very busy and working hard to try and get as much funding as we can that is out there to support the tax base. Other than that, we're working with the library to move the service into the Baxter Community Center. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully that'll be done this summer to hit the busy season. So we'll see if we can implement a cost-effective solution to boost library activities and programming over at the community center. So that's about it.
Thank you very much. My apologies again. But now I'm going to try. Ms. Engel, can you tell us about our roads, please? I mean, I can tell you about some of them, but I'd rather you do the talking.
Through you, Mayor MacTier. Before I start on the 2026 program, I just want to review the outstanding items from the 2025 program. We had a late start in the season, in part due to the ice storm and the tendering process, so we still have some outstanding roads we're expecting to do slurry seal on in early spring, and this was approved in the 2025 budget. Those include Bayview Road, Pratt's Road, King George Road, 6 Mile Channel Road, Causeway Road, Hillside Drive, and Tree Line Court. For 2026, the approved capital budget for road rehabilitation is $1,468,000. The district provides us tendering and contract administration and inspection service for the annual slurry seal contract. Through this, the total cost to slurry seal roads that were rehabilitated with base reclamation and double surface treatment, also known as chip and seal, is $232,540. This includes the fees paid to the contractor, as well as fees paid to the District of Muskoka for administering the contract, tendering, and providing inspection services. For chip and seal this year, we just have one road that was outstanding from last year, and then we need to develop our own program. We used to do chip and seal through the district. The district is no longer doing that type of work. So we now need to build the resources in-house to be able to administer the contracts and provide the inspection services. For this year, we are just addressing Macy Bay Road. And we have an upset limit not to exceed $140,000. In addition, there has been minimal investment in our gravel roads over a decade. As a result, rehabilitation will be more extensive than typical resurfacing, which is recommended to occur every 3 to 5 years. So we're about 3 times behind that. We should have been resurfacing them at least 3 times before we got to this point. So cost, including consultant for contract administration, inspection, nesting turtle management, is not to exceed $925,000. And the roads that we're looking at doing this have been identified within the report.
So for clarification, before I turn it over to council, you're not asking for new money. You're just telling us how you want our agreement to how you're spending the budget you were given.
Correct. These funds have already been approved in our capital budget. I am just notifying council on how we are proceeding in allocating those funds.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek, please, followed by Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. What have I done wrong? I'm sorry. Thank you. Apparently it did work. Oh, here it is. I think we got it now.
You push different buttons when you're in person than when you're on Zoom.
Just press that one.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, to Director of Operations, Ms. Engel. I noticed that in your report that the district is not really forcing us, but encouraging us to take care of the district roads ourselves. And one of the issues I've had, and I've talked to the mayor about it, I've also talked to district about it, but I think maybe you can become involved in the conversation now, is South Bay Road in Honey Harbor. The road was designated as a low volume road from the 400 highway all the way down to Honey Harbor Road. The agreement that I've been able to talk to district about, it is a low volume road down as far as South Bay Cove Marina. And from South Bay Cove Marina out to Honey Harbor Road is a higher volume road, especially with the seasonal residents and the boaters that go into South Bay. So if we could work together through district to say that that portion of the road is not a low level road, and it does need the maintenance that a medium level road would get, and then we could fix those potholes and everything else that we have a problem with there. Just your comments on that, please.
Through you, Mayor Coetzee. When it comes to the volume of a road, that impacts more the meeting the MMS requirements. And we meet pretty much a class 4 roadway, which is slightly higher, and which is even higher than what South Bay Road has been identified as. So when we're talking about resurfacing a road, that falls under the district standard for what the permittable road condition index is. And that would be the discussion at the district level of, are we saying most municipalities rate around a 70 out of 100? The district is a bit lower just because of the lower volume roads in general. We have had discussions with the district regarding the issues on South Bay Road. It's similar discussion we had on 12 Mile Bay Road, in that we are responsible for, as a contractor to the district, for maintaining the potholes. When it gets to a level where it's beyond our resources, we push it back and tell them to hire a contractor. We are monitoring, and we have had the discussions that it may have to go back to a contractor. And we have had discussions with them to at least do minimal patching like they did on 12 Mile Bay Road. So it is, like yourself, this is one of the main roads we have been chatting back and forth with the district to at least see some improvement. And I know it is high on their radar for resurfacing as well.
Okay, thank you very much. The patching of the potholes has been going on for as long as I can remember, probably 10 years plus. So yeah, anything you could do to assist and informing whoever you can inform about the issue there, that would be muchly appreciated by myself and probably this council as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. More questions about District 2. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for bringing forward this report at the beginning of the spring season, because it helps set expectations around the township. I've already had questions from people who have asked me if their road is going to be maintained or updated or regraded. And I had the information from this report, so I was very able to give them a quick answer. But that also leads me to, it would be nice before we get to budget season for next year to have a chance to have a similar report about what's going to come for 2027. It's a problem with information. Once we have a little, we want more. But any heads up and visibility is very helpful.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, that hopefully we'll have the roads need study completed before the next budget, and that'll give us a 10-year plan.
And then the follow-up to that, I guess a little bit along the lines of Councillor Bocek's questions, are with regards to district roads and getting any kind of visibility as to what their plans are for the roads that are running through our township. Is it possible to get a report from our Public Works Department at the district, or a deputation to help explain where things are for this year and for the next couple of years, just to, again, make sure that we are aware and able to communicate properly what the plans are.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, I can certainly reach out and give an update for next council, possibly the one after. What it comes down to is how much costs are going to be this year, especially with the fuel costs going up significantly, and how much money they have. So I hesitate to say they will be doing this, and this year. It'll all come down to what the costs come back when they go to tender. They are out for tender right now.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the report, Director Engel. This is not a question about roads, but it is about operations. So it really is addressed to you, but also to Director Radigan and the CAO. I'm looking to understand what our staff have done to identify any progress on identifying funds to deal with the solid waste issue and the removal of services. That needs to be dealt with.
That's not this particular item.
But it's under operations. Do we have this? Where would we discuss it then if it wasn't here?
Well, we discussed it at a council meeting, whatever that was, a month
Last
ago.
month, yes, but nothing's come forward.
But I would like us to get through this.
It's under operations, that's all I'm trying to say. When can we discuss it?
Okay. We'll simply say, do you have anything coming forward now on the solid waste issue? I'll let you answer that question, but then we'll get back to the roads.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, no, I have nothing to add at this time.
There we go. Nothing again. Thank you.
It's not worth making further comment on that. Anybody else wish to ask questions with regards to the report on the road restoration work? Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. Through your mayor, perhaps in my absence, the question may be perceived as redundant or already asked. But based on the report, I don't see a prioritization matrix and or list included within, and I'm wondering if we have a prioritization matrix included within. I see that there's a list here, location, sites, and then the total price, but I don't see how it's being prioritized and when they are forecasted to take place. So is there anything that we have here that prioritizes all of these roads and which chronologically are going to be addressed in what order?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, we are just going to tender now, so that will be, once it's awarded, we will get the contractor schedule. I am aggressively trying to get the gravel roads, which contractor will be completing, done before the end of June. If not, we will have to push it off till the fall. And the slurry seal, it's tendered through the district, so it's up to them. We have had discussions, and because we were last on the loop through the whole district last year, we should be first this year. So I'm hoping to see it done a little earlier than September or October.
All right, I appreciate that. And so the prioritization list or chronological list will come. Just another question, if I may, through you, Mayor. I understand that staff is requesting delegated authority to handle this. And I'm wondering, currently, I don't believe, based on the report, that I see any suggested oversight and or threshold for perhaps a request coming back to council. So is staff requesting that we delegate the full $1.29 million authority to staff in order to allocate those funds accordingly, or are you or staff proposing in any way that there be a threshold for staff to return back to council?
Dr. Engel.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, through the purchasing bylaw, I don't need council approval. This has been approved in the 2026 budget. I have put maximum limits to the two areas. The amount for the slurry seal, $232,540, that has been tendered and awarded, and that is the price that we're looking at, provided there are no issues with construction. There's always a contingency. It's included in there, so that's the value we're looking at. I have put an upset limit of $140,000 for Macy Bay Road and an upset limit of $925,000 for the gravel roads. The gravel roads are a little more challenging because we haven't addressed them in a number of years. So it's not just a resurfacing. We have a lot of base we are going to have to rehabilitate. And as soon as we get into that, there's a lot more unknowns. So I am saying a maximum limit of $925,000 for the gravel roads. If the tender comes back and it's exceeding that, then I would have to come back to council.
Director Radigan, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councilor Graciano. I just wanted to add to that it would be a full, open, transparent request for tender process, which means we know the requirements, we know what we're looking for, and so we would be accepting only the lowest bid. There is no other aspect to a full-blown RFT process. You really are just, you know what you want, you're looking for the lowest price out there.
Understood. And one more, if I may, through you, Mayor. And again, based on my review of the report, I don't see any mention of any wildlife or turtle mitigation plans. I'm assuming this is just a preliminary report. You will come back to council one more time, and I do ask that staff consider for each site that is listed here a more broader understanding of what we can do to mitigate any impacts to the local wildlife and or turtle and the impacts that they may have. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Coutier. Under environmental conditions, I discuss the mitigation for turtles. We have staff trained to relocate nests, and we work directly with the biosphere and their groups to address turtle mitigation.
All right, thank you very much. Not seeing any other hands physically or electronically. I have moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that the tender for slurry seal application roads rehabilitated with base reclamation and high float surface treatment in 2026 be awarded to Miller Group for $232,540, including HST, contract administration and inspections. And that staff prepare a request for tender for gravel road rehabilitation to be awarded to the lowest bidder with an overall cost not to exceed $925,000, including non-rebatable portion of HST, contract administration and inspection. And that staff prepare a request for tender for base reclamation and high float surface treatment to be awarded to the lowest bidder with a total cost not to exceed $140,000, including non-rebatable portion of HST, contract administration and inspections. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. All right, Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee. Clerk Way, talk to us, please.
So as council is aware, in March, the Refresh MacTier plan proposal was presented from Quarry Consulting with several recommendations. The first being the implementation of a committee. Without the committee, you kind of needed that step first in order to move forward with the remaining items. So the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee is being proposed today via the Terms of Reference report. So this new committee is not intended to replace the existing MacTier Arena Advisory Committee, but rather merge and expand on its existing objectives. So upon developing the draft terms of reference for the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee, staff reviewed the consultant's proposal, the reports, comments received as part of their consultation process, and sought comments from members of the public, including the MCDA. So the proposed terms of reference for the RMAC encompasses a community-driven approach that will have working groups for individual projects, direct engagement with other community groups and organizations that service the residents of MacTier. And for example, the MacTier Memorial Arena revenue sourcing can be addressed as part of one of those working groups within the RMAC. So other minor changes have been made to the committee terms of reference, it's just an aside, to provide clarification to definitions and expectations, and updating other items such as the Committee of Adjustment remuneration that has also already been previously approved by council. So in addition to the language included within the RMAC's terms of reference, the key things to focus on today are the mandate and committee expectations of the RMAC, the value of MAC as an individual committee versus its inclusion within RMAC, the meeting schedule and staff time available, considering this is a duplication for operations staff and clerk staff who are also running an election this year, council membership on the new committee, remuneration of this membership, which is being recommended to be volunteer-based, time for recruitment and appointment process, and additionally, while keeping in mind that the specific working groups within the committee to address the recommendations within the Refresh MacTier proposal plan or plan proposal, sorry, will be established once the committee is formed, ideally at their first meeting. So if we could focus this on the task at hand, that would be helpful as opposed to, I know there's a lot of dialogue that needs to happen.
All right, excuse me, all right. Thank you very much. Council, any questions or comments? Councilor Graziano.
Thank you. And through your worship, my understanding is that we are looking to dissolve the MAAC. And as we've heard Mr. Baumgartner here today state that I believe the community prefers to have both of them running in parallel, both committees running in parallel. And I can understand the logic behind this because it does sound to me like there's going to be some spool up time for the new RMAC committee, along with potentially learning curve on or time developing the subcommittees and the groups and all of these other sub-functions as well. And based on what the community's preference is, I also received a text message this morning having a confirmation or receiving a confirmation from Mr. Fellows from the MCDA advising that he would also like to join, suffice it that council wills it, the MAAC as a participant and a community member as well. Well, I think we also heard that from Mr. Baumgartner this morning that Mr. Fellows was also interested in joining. So with that said, I would agree. I think based on the comments that we heard from council in the previous council meeting back in February, the MAAC serves a purpose that is a laser focused purpose on the arena and the arena only. The RMAC seems, by way of terms of reference, to be much broader, with perhaps a working group that will have some discussions around the arena within. Mr. Baumgartner today had suggested that the MAAC run in parallel up until the end of the term in the hopes that for continuity nothing is lost and there's no further delays due to the time clock, as he identified, of 2 years. And there's also some policy concerns that I have with regards to the MAAC being dissolved. There are two policy references I'm going to make here today, which is 2024-012CL, which is terms of appointment, I believe, under our committees. The policy states that members are appointed for the full term of council. And the concern that I have, I believe, is dissolving MAAC midterm may breach council's own policy unless it's first declared that the committee is non-functional. And so I think that there could be a concern there. The other policy concern, based on my research, and I'll defer to the clerk because, again, I skimmed the policies quickly, was our bylaw 2023-117, specifically schedules F and subsection 1, where it says that any structural changes require a specific motion. And so if we are going to here today dissolve the MAAC, I do request a standalone motion. And if we are going to bring a standalone motion from the floor, I think we require 2/3 of council's vote to waive the rules in order to proceed to bring that motion. Alternatively, we can defer it and bring another motion, an independent motion to dissolve the MAAC in the next council meeting. So those are the two concerns that I have so far, along with understanding what the community is requesting. I would agree. I think that the Mr. Baumgartner did have some valid points that he made today, and hopefully the rest of the council here today agrees with him as well and supports the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Predko. Or do you want to respond to about the, okay, I apologize, Councilor Predko, I'm going to let Clerk Way respond.
Sorry.
Clerk Way.
The appointment of the terms, if we dissolve a committee or disband it or merge it into another committee, the appointment then ends. So we're not in breach of saying the committee has to last for an entire term. That gives it a start and an end date. So it's standard practice that committees are appointed for the term. So that's what that end date means. So ending it early does not hold any bearing on us not being able to maintain that. The resolution already references the fact that the MAC would be disbanded, so we wouldn't need, it can be pulled to be a separate vote out from the other ones, but it's not a motion being put on the floor. It's not a new idea being put on the floor.
Then that's fine. If we have to pull it, we'll pull it. And I think that it should be a standalone as per our bylaw requirements. But with that said, then I will request a registered vote on any final decision with regards to the MAAC.
Thank you. Councilor Predko, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just waiting for something to generate. So I understand the community group has asked for the retention of the other committee, and they run simultaneously through the election to gain momentum to try to reach objectives sooner and get some more results going more quickly. You know, again, I guess that goes back to previous meetings. Some of my concerns have been around duplication of effort and the amount of work and effort that's going to be required to maintain two committees. In Mr. Gardner's open forum comments this morning, he suggested having, if the two committees continue to operate, going forward for the rest of the term of council, to have them operate one at the beginning of the month and one at the middle of the month. I think that the only way that this could work would be for the two committee meetings to occur concurrently. So if we had the continuation of the MAEC, it would happen at 9 o'clock in the morning, and the RMAC happened immediately after, or vice versa, so that it wasn't causing a second trip or second effort for staff to prepare for a meeting. And the same people are going to be in both of these meetings, I think, on the committee side. So we wouldn't be pulling people in from the community twice in the month, and we could achieve, I think, the same amount in that one time. So if we're able to come to an understanding that that's how these things could be done, I could support the MAAC to continue on, but otherwise I still think that we're creating a little bit of extra overhead on something that could be moved forward relatively efficiently and with quite a bit of momentum. My only other comment on the report is the timeline for the meetings, and having the first meeting in May, when we would have a very short period of time for nominations and forming the committee. And in that regard, I just would like to ask the clerks if they're concerned about that timeline, or if they feel strongly that there are applicants, nominees in the different kind of community groups that would fill the committee right away.
I'm just going to comment on the scheduling first. We wouldn't actually be able to meet in the middle of the month regardless, because that's district week and we don't have meetings on that week. So having them the same day back to back, if we keep both, that would work, I think, for most of our schedules anyways, as opposed to trying to find another day. So thank you for that. Yes, it is a tight timeline. I've only recommended that short of a time. I normally wouldn't recommend that short of a timeline. The only reason I did is to try to get things moving as quickly as possible. There's a lot of community engagement already about this. So if we put it out there that we're seeking applications, I think there's a lot of people who already know that this is potentially in the works. That is to our advantage versus a brand new committee that is kind of a new perspective, new concept. So would it be more advisable to have at least another month in there? Probably. And then not start until June, after June appointments.
Thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, perhaps my questions could be answered by the clerk. One part of this resolution, or one part of this consideration, is that two council representatives be appointed, and that's the Ward 1 councillor, and then from the district of Muskoka, the councillor for Wards 1 and 3. My only question there is, due to illness about 2 years ago, I resigned from the MacTier Arena Committee, and I wanted to make sure that my name has been removed from that, so that I don't have a problem sitting on the new board as a council member. So that's something we have to make sure of, that I have been officially removed. Secondly, it was suggested that a citizen member become the chair of this group. My question is, would that be appointed, or would that be prioritized by a council decision, or would that be the members of the newly formed group that would vote for their chair?
So it would be the committee, the newly formed committee would appoint the chair. So the first order of business is to appoint a chair at their first meeting, which is why it's not in the terms of reference. I put it in the report as that was the recommendation that came forward from the community members, that they would like it to have a citizen member as the chair. But it ultimately is up to the appointment that takes place at that very first meeting by the appointed members. And as for the counselor and district council representatives, that's kind of standard practice to make it recommended that if it's a community-based group, then it would be the elected officials for that represented area, but it doesn't have to be that way. That's just considered best practice.
Sure, and if I can follow up, just to do with the citizen chair, once it is chosen by the members of the committee, would that require council approval? Because there could be, I don't even know, background checks, or there could be reasons why the elected chair would not be suitable. So I'm wondering if that would come back to council for ratification and approval.
All committee motions come to council for ratification.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, wouldn't all the committee members have been approved by council? So I would hope that, given that we'd already approved the person being a member of the committee, we would not necessarily have an issue with them being the chair. But who knows? I would like to make a couple of comments because I don't see. Oh, okay, Councilor Hazelton. I want to get the first round in. So, Councilor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. I just maybe I haven't been paying as much attention to this as I should have, but I'm seeing a schedule here of meetings, first one being Monday, April 27th, and I think we have to go through a process of reviewing candidates for the committee. And does that mean we're going to have a special meeting in the middle of April to do that? Or how do we get to this kind of date structure?
So the Monday, April 27th date was following the MAC schedule. So MAC is still scheduled for Monday, April 27th. So in theory, we would still have MAC until the new committee is appointed.
Okay,
So their first meeting then in theory would be Wednesday, May 27th. Part of the issue is we also have SCAG meetings on Mondays, so which is why some of these dates are flipped to Wednesdays.
Okay. So
but yes, that's where that Monday date is from.
So I guess what I'm struggling with is we haven't formed the committee. We have to go through a process to accept members. Presumably, we have to have a month after that meeting before things are finally adopted, and there seems to be a process here that I think that's what we have to do. So if we receive and consider membership applications in the May meeting, and then we approve them in June, and we become a somewhat of a moot council in August, then the ability to achieve anything with this new committee is nil, pretty much. So that, I mean, I'm not against the committee. I guess when in my mind, I'm trying to figure out, we are in a period of time where we're trying to salvage value of volunteers and counselors getting something done before the end of our usable term. And any path like this is really going to put that off into the future. And if we have committees in place today, then at least they have some chance of accomplishing something before the end of our functional term. So I think that we really need to understand that and then focus on that as a strategy. Creating a new committee, I'm fine with that. I just think we need to understand that their ability to contribute is going to be almost nil, and we shouldn't be thinking that they are going to be able to pick up and move from what other groups have done if we disband those other groups. Thank you.
I'd just like to clarify that what is known as the lame duck period or the restricted acts period when potentially come in, there's two phases of it. The first one is August 21st to Election Day, which is October 26th, and then from October 26th to November 15th. And all that means is council can't commit to anything more than $50,000 in budget that isn't already budgeted for. So there can't be any new expenditures made within that time frame, but there's no reason why investigative projects or other things can't move forward.
I thought that we had we did not have an ability of passing bylaws in that time window. So we can do all kinds of things. So we're not an impotent council.
Only in some things, apparently.
Okay.
Councillor Jarvis.
You just see the wheels turning in Councillor Hazelton's head on that one. I'm going to share a couple of concerns, including those expressed at the open forum by Mr. Baumgartner. But as a consequence, I understand why the idea of combining the committees would be much more efficient in the end. Knowing that committee structure is it can't be dependent on what previous committees were, but I think from the standpoint of some continuity with regards to both these efforts and combining them, we got to make sure that some sort of, or can we, I guess more to the point, make sure that committee members currently on these committees are able to continue on the new committee, because that would allow for the continuity. Otherwise, if we strike a whole new committee, I doubt that'll happen, but even with new members on the committee, people have to catch up, and we're trying to get ahead on this. And this is the arena is a massive asset in our playbook here, and we've got to get things moving on it, as Mr. Baumgartner said. So can we have any, I don't want to say that, but in essence, is there any intent to try and make sure that current members of these two committees are in fact members of the new committee?
Yes.
Then thank you.
I have a couple of comments I'd like to make in all this. And one is, I'm going to call it wording. MacTier Arena Advisory Committee shall be replaced by the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee. I much rather prefer the term evolve. And the reason I say that, in my mind, technically we might have to use this word, but in my mind, we've had a MacTier committee. It was concentrating on the arena, and now we think that the discussion around the arena has to include discussion around the rest of the town, so to speak, and all the other projects and potential. In other words, the mandate's getting that much bigger. And to me, because it's getting that much bigger, it makes perfect sense that it has that much bigger a title, and that we recruit, is that a word, for members. And to me, I listened to a couple things. One is the conversation with Councillor Hazelton around the April 27th date. The second is the conversation from Councillor Predko about, well, maybe these two committees, if they go ahead as two, would we on the same day. And I'm thinking, well, if they're on the same day, that's just going to be confusing, especially if there's some members who are in both committees and they say, well, we start at 9 and we end at 3, and I don't know, sometime in the middle we closed out of one and went into another, but they're talking about the same thing. They're talking about MacTier, they're talking about the importance of the arena, they're talking about whether or not we should have different things in or out of the arena and in the community. And it's a big conversation that is actively taking place, whether or not, it's actively taking place in MacTier, I'll say, as we speak, because the volunteers are very active there. So I think, we should, I don't think we should get too hung up on this, because it is, as Councillor Pretko pointed out, it's basically the same group of people, and we'll probably have some additions, but they're evolving. But the other, totally, or not totally, related to this whole thing, there's one other thing that I haven't heard so far that bothers me, and that is membership of these committees. And the reason it bothers me is that if I read this correctly, and please correct me if I haven't, but if I read these correctly, you're proposing that the members of these committees be residents of the Township of Georgian Bay.
Voting members. Yes, so that's the standard practice. We have an exception now with SCAG, and those members are explicitly excluded as from being voting members.
Okay, so did I miss the word voting when I read your definitions? You
So,
said committee member,
yes, so that piece was clarifying the language, because by default, committee members are voting members. And generally by default, they live in the same municipality, they live in the municipality. An exception was made for MAC, so the same exception could be made for our MAC if that is the desire of council. Or you could have members be voting versus non-voting, but that can also be a discussion at the time of appointing the members on who is voting and who isn't voting, because that could be clarified in their appointment bylaw as opposed to the terms of reference. The reason why I didn't put that in the terms of reference is because then it restricts who we can recruit from, and that I don't want to preemptively restrict who our membership could be.
well, okay, now I'm confused, which is maybe not for the first time, but when you say committee member means an individual is resident. Because, and I'm going to use the example of Mr. Baumgartner because he was here earlier. He's not a resident. And yet he's been on.
Because when we appointed MAC, council chose to make an exception for those who are users of the arena regardless of where they live. But generally speaking, we recruit for residents, property owners, etc. And that has been the practice, and that's not just us. So that is just clarifying the language. If council wants, again, with our MAC or however this evolves, for there to be members who are residents and members who are not residents, either voting or non-voting, we can decide that based off of those exact appointments. So for example, if we had 10 people appointed to our MAC, for example, and 5 were residents and 5 weren't residents, it might be advantageous to have one set voting, one set non-voting. If you only had one member who was non-resident, is that one vote going to make a huge difference at the end of the day? Which is why I didn't explicitly say that for the RMAC terms of reference, and that can be done at the time of appointment.
All right, yeah, because I believe we did something like that with the library board at one point, because there was people from MacTier. I don't know if they're still on the library board, but who are not resident of the township. I guess I'll just ask them. I mean, I understand that we can make exceptions, but when we go out to solicit members, will we be stating that they have to be a resident, or we'll just say anybody interested? That then becomes the important part.
We can put both based off the discussion that's happening today. And that was, sorry, this also came up through the consultations process as well. That there's members making decisions or voting who maybe aren't taxpayers and making large financial decisions or large financial recommendations, not decisions.
But ultimately the decisions with council, who by definition have to be residents. Okay. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly on the use of words, residents living in the township or property owners. I just want to make sure that we don't say permanent residents versus seasonal residents and do that nonsense. And it might even be a good thing to clarify that by listing both permanent and seasonal.
It says resident and or property owner.
So you clarify it somewhere else. But I'm just suggesting it needs to be quite obvious. Thank you.
All right. You may.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, just a small discussion on members that wish to be on this committee that do not live in our township. I think there's a value to that because our township shares a lot of assets with the neighboring townships. I'll give you one example is Stewart Lake. Half of Stewart Lake is in I think it's Muskoka Lakes, if I'm not mistaken. The other half is in Georgian Bay Township. And all of those residents on Stewart Lake use the assets of MacTier as what they class as their home. And so to completely eliminate their voice from this committee, I think would be a tragedy. And their voice should be heard, whether they're a voting member of the committee or not. that would be up to the discretion of the township, but I think their voice is of great value on this committee. Thank you.
Councilor Graziano, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. A couple of comments, if I may. One was with regards to Councillor Hazelton. And I believe that Councillor Hazelton's comments aligned very much with the concern of the MacTier community in that they feel that there's going to be some runway required in order to spool up this parallel committee, whether there's redundancies, whether there are going to be some overlaps, that's to be determined. Working groups will have to be formed. Those working groups will then have to have agendas created by the clerk as per the terms of reference. And so, Mr. Baumgartner alluded to the fact that there's a time clock on the arena, and the concern is that they need to move and continue to move on arena matters. And so with that said, I can understand Mr. Baumgartner's concerns. I echo Councillor Hazelton. And there was comments made with regards to the committees discussing the same things. And when we look at the terms of reference, they have two different focal points. They're not discussing the same thing. There may be some discussions relating to the arena, but the RMAC seems to be much broader in scope, with numerous different working groups that are all going to be focusing on different aspects of MacTier, then converging back into the RMAC and discussing a much broader refresh partnership program, whatever we want to discuss, we'll call that. Whereas with the MAAC, it is a committee specifically focused on the arena. And at the end of the day, it will continue ideally to focus on that arena, so that this way, that 2-year time clock, or that 1 3/4 year time clock now, is not wasted. Rather, there's a committee that will be dedicated to discuss these issues and seek to increase usership, naming rights, whatever it may be. That committee will flesh that out. And what I am going to ask is, if we can, and this is a question to our clerk, I did request a registered vote. I also requested that we separate this out. But if MAAC continues, I'm going to ask if I can make an amendment to also add Mr. Fellows to the MAAC membership. And if we can vote on that here today, so he can attend the next meeting, should there be another one, which I understand from the clerk that there will be another MAAC, which then comes back full circle to perhaps the MAAC should also provide its opinion on the terms of reference, and also the direction in which council should take by way of having the two in parallel, one, or alternatively that, the MAAC converging into one. So perhaps we inquire with that committee on how they feel they can collaborate with the two parties effectively, and whether or not there would be synergies between the two committees, and how they could maximize their attention, and as well as staff's time. So these are all things that can be fleshed out in MAC in the upcoming meeting, which is due, I think, at the end of this month. So that's my final comment. Thank you.
Did you want to respond?
I just wanted to clarify, you referenced that working groups need agendas by the clerk's office, which is not accurate. That's the whole point of the working group, is to not involve us. My recommendation would be to pull the second paragraph out and vote on that however you want to have that worded, or have it worded slightly differently, just to vote on MAC first, and then depending on how that vote goes depends on what the rest would look like.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Yeah, I just was going to make 3 quick comments. One being going back to the membership type. We do also have, I think, interest from the RMAC people, not that they're a committee, but the Refresh MacTier people, that they would like involvement from Moose Deer Point as well for their perspective. So I think making sure that our definition of a membership is broad enough that we can, and whether or not we can differentiate voting or non-voting separately, I think that's important, but making sure that we can get that broad perspective involved in our committee is essential. The second point I just was going to touch on is that the Refresh MacTier people already have their subgroups defined. They've already actually been meeting and making their reports. Some of them are finalized for as far as they could get them, and they are ready to go for when the committee is formed. And you know, I appreciate the MAAC terms of reference is specific, and it's a functioning committee. We can decide on whether to maintain it or not maintain it today. But I don't think we can allow from a time perspective, we can't defer the Refresh Committee decision and get more input from the MAAC, because this would delay that committee again by at least another 1 or 2 months. So if the urgency is to get the RMAC committee formed and moving forward, I think we do need to make a decision on that today. And we will be probably having a functional committee well before we get to the end of term. So when the next term starts, that committee will already be established and probably making recommendations back to council. So I think, you know, the quicker we can make this transition, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate your comments in that I've heard now a couple of comments about the time it's going to take to spool up, I think was a phrase, the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee. Well, I think it's already running, not under our structure, but it's basically us catching up to them by creating the structure in which we can, I'll call it more formally, receive their input. And they've already established a number of working groups themselves. I mean, by definition, they're not a committee at this point, the group, and I'm not sure all that large group is going to become members of our committee. It'll probably be selected representatives, but I think, you know, the work's already taking place in many ways in the community. The discussions are taking place. I have real concern personally about maintaining both for any, you know, call it parallel for any considerable length of time, simply because the part of the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee mandate is to look at the whole, to look at the arena plus the parks, plus the proposals of trails or was it a jump track? Is that was, I forgot the great pump track. That's close. Or what have you. And to me, if you're only looking at the arena, then your decisions are based on a much narrower focus, which means you wouldn't take into account whether or not deciding to put a significant investment into the arena. What if you're not worried about what a consequence it might have on the extra baseball diamond or creating the trail or the pump track? And to me, that's why I think that the goal should be to bring them together so that the discussion is about, I'll call it MacTier as a whole. I definitely want to hear the input from the non-residents, people who happen to live in Moose Deer Point or in the archipelago or in Seguin or Muskoka Lakes, all the surrounding communities, because even though they're not paying the bill, they are going to be among the users of whatever facilities there are there. They'll be among those paying user fees, if there are any user fees with any of the facilities that evolve out of this. And I think, therefore, their voice definitely needs to be heard. So that's where I'm at on all this. And I'm seeing that there has been a draft motion from our clerk. And so this is, it reads, moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee be evolved into the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee. Councillor, yes,
Through you, Mayor, could I have a clarification on that?
absolutely.
Can we ensure that while there's a transition going on, we don't have a membership or anybody appointed to the RMAC? These acronyms are going to kill me. That the MAAC continues on as is, just to make sure we don't lose continuity there, and we do bring on a potential new
I think
member.
that's the importance of the word evolve.
I'm making sure that's what, just clarification.
Yes, we can. And then if I really need a decision on whether we're keeping one or both, this is the cleanest resolution to do that. If the motion passes, then we go just to the, I call it the RMAC, the MAC, if that's helpful. We go just to the RMAC, and then that'll change the direction of the next direction that I need, which will include that. If it fails and is defeated, then we can have a motion to look at both and what that continuity would look like.
Councillor Graziano.
I'm sorry, and thank you through your mayor. I'd requested a vote on Max. So the vote that I had hoped to achieve here now was to split the two and allow them to run in parallel as per Mr. Baumgartner, as per Mr. Fellows, as per Mrs. Thornton, who I'd spoken with yesterday, as well as Ms. Baumgartner as well. It seems that there's consensus amongst the community that there have two in parallel. And what I'm hoping to do is to achieve that vote first, whereby if we seek to run the two in parallel and council wills it here today, then we proceed with the MAC and the RMAC running in parallel and working towards finding synergies at the end of the term, perhaps rolling back up. But if we word it here now, and the first motion is that they roll up to each other, that's very ambiguous. We don't know timeline as to when it will merge. We don't know at what point and how that will occur. And there's just a lot of ambiguity around this term evolve. And so I'd like to have more specifics around what evolve entails before I vote on something that is ambiguous. So I'm going to request again through the clerk that we seek a vote here and now that just maintains continuity with MAAC and allows RMAC to form in parallel. And we leave it clean and simple. The evolution can happen after the fact.
Try this wording then. Councillor Butcher.
For clarification, being that this is not a friendly amendment, it's more of a main amendment. Do we need 2/3 of council's vote to move this forward?
No, because it's already part of the main discussion and recommendation.
Thank you.
It's a natural evolution of the discussion. So right now it reads, moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee continues as is, and that the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee be established in parallel to the MAAC. Anyone wish to comment on that? Councillor Graziano.
One final amendment, and that Mr. Fellows be, or does that have to be a separate standalone? Fine, thank you.
We just focus on committees right now.
Councillor Cooper.
But isn't there an objective in the longer term to have them merge as a the two groups, and if that is the case, could we not say, and that by the end of the year, that they are merged?
They're dissolved at the end of the year.
Oh, okay, so to re-emerge, they'd probably be merged. Okay, so fair enough, thanks.
And I just want to make one comment is that, while Councillor Graziano mentioned a number of people and said, therefore, there's a consensus in MacTier that we have two committees. I've heard from a number of individuals that they don't want two committees because they find it confusing. They want it focused in one because they're concerned about parallels, not even if they have some cross members, and even if and if they do have cross members, then it gets be even more confusing because it suggests more duplication. But anyway, I just wanted to make that comment. Any other comments before I call the vote and Ms. Way takes it? Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. Through the mayor. What we're doing here is confirming whether we want to run the two committees.
Yes.
And if this motion is not approved, will we then move on to the next motion, which was part of the original motion with regards to the single committee? Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Be it resolved that MacTier Arena Advisory Committee continues as is, and that the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee be established in parallel to the MMAC. Councillor Graziano has asked for a recorded vote.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Coutier, how do you vote?
No.
Let the record show the motion's defeated 3-4. Do you want me to clear that meeting schedule?
I don't know really on that.
It's not, but let's just. Okay.
We will shortly.
Be evolved and then not continue until the RMAC appointments are complete. Are established. I want to say are.
Okay. All right. This is a modified original motion moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Council approve the committee terms of reference policy as presented, and that the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee shall be evolved into the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee upon adoption of its appointment bylaw, and that the MAC or the Arena Committee continue until the RMAC appointments are established, and that the 2026 meeting schedule for the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee be approved as presented, and that staff be directed to commence the recruitment process for the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm trying to understand the logic behind maintaining the MAAC now that council has voted against it. What is the purpose of the MAAC? If motions are, if it's a 2-month meeting window, we're going to be meeting at the end of this month. The next meeting would then likely occur in June. By that time, I'm assuming the RMAC would be effectively ramped up and or created. What value could the MAAC bring by way of motions that would then not be scrutinized by the RMAC going forward? Why not just wait until RMAC has now been formed?
That is certainly a possibility. It doesn't have to. It's just the discussion here referenced continuity between the two. So to continue MAC until our MAC can be appointed, especially since we talked about maybe not starting our MAC until June versus May, that allows for some continuity. We talked about how some of the members may be the same. Alternatively, we disband MAC and they don't meet in April.
Yeah, I'm
that's
going to
also
say
an
that I don't want to, I don't think it would be effective for the MAAC to bring forward motions that would otherwise go counter to what the new committee would want. The continuity, I think, based on my interpretation of Mr. Baumgartner's comments, were to allow for the MAAC to run its course until the end of the term, to ensure that the new RMAC would have time to really gather momentum. But given that that's not happening by the will of council here today, would it make sense that the MAAC meet at the end of this month only for it to be disbanded by the end of the following? I can't see it bringing value to the clerk's time, to staff's time, or to anybody else's time.
That's fine by me.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, just a little misunderstanding here. My previous comments about residents from outside of the township that use our facilities, should that be included in the resolution, or should that be something that is discussed at the first meeting and then voted on from the new committee, whether they would be accepted onto this committee as a non-voting member or a voting member, and should that be in this resolution?
Clerk White.
So when we have all of the applicants, those applicant names will come forward to council and you can make the decision upon the appointment on who you, at that time, if you feel the residents or non-residents should be voting versus non-voting. But we can do that once we know what that collective group will look like.
Thank you.
All right, and so I'm going to try this again, but I'm going to remove then the sentence that the MAC continues until the RMAC. Oh, sorry, Councilor Predko.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I do think we'd have value to continue on the MAAC for the next few months until we get an RMAC created. We do have issues. We have pickleball starting up. We have a new rec coordinator. People that are on the MAAC committee will also be transitioning onto the new committee. I think there are logistics and fundamental issues that will be able to move the ball forward if we do have at least another meeting or two as we go through this transition.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. We heard today that the working groups are. Thank you, and through you, Mayor, we've heard today that the working groups have already been formed. Specifically, the MAAC carryover working group has already been formed, and so perhaps, given that that working group has already been formed based on comments made here before the dais, why not allow that group to then bring forward these issues? That would include pickleball, that would include everybody else, so.
Without a formal committee of council, it makes it harder for them to bring forward those recommendations. They would have to come directly to council.
And which begs the question on these topics that you brought up, Councilor Predko, how many of them require council approval, the decisions?
No, they don't probably require council, but it is continuation not only of programming, but I think the conversation now about the facilities and where the requirements lie. I think it's a continuation. I don't think it's as the RMAC forms, there will definitely be a subcommittee or working group on the arena, and I don't see why we wouldn't continue the conversations that need to happen. I don't think they abruptly stop because we're changing formats of the committee.
Director Engel.
And through you, Mayor Coutier. We've made it very clear through the facility assessment report and additional discussions with the MAC committee and the representatives through the Refresh MacTier that there is no intention to end programming or services at the arena until a final decision has been made by council. So we have every intention of there being ice in the arena, of everything moving forward. I think it's important to make clear that the MAC committee has done everything within their power to try and increase usage, increase funding, but the reality is that arena, that ice surface does not meet even close to the minimum size required for league play. And that's the struggle that we continue to have, is we can't attract any sort of league play, whether it's hockey, lacrosse, men or women. So we're kind of at a standstill when it comes to that, and need to look at the arena as a whole.
All right, thank you. All right. I mean, if we remove the sentence that says that the MAC continue until our MAC appointment, that doesn't stop the MAC from meeting again if people so desire. So I think we just remove that, so we don't make it, we don't mandate it. Can I put it that way? And then, because we do say above that the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee shall evolve into the refresh MacTier. So there's a transition going on, and if the MAC wants to meet in April 27th, they can. CEO Mariani.
And there's also absolutely no reason why a MAC or MAC equivalent can't continue as a working group, which allows even increased flexibility in terms of meeting and going, you know, looking for sponsorship, et cetera, et cetera.
Councillor Cooper.
I'm just wanting to get Director Engel to explain to me again what she just said about, I believe it's the size of the arena or the surface of the arena. I'm not sure I understand completely what was said there.
Through you, Mayor Coutier. There is a minimum rink size that is required for league play. Our rink does not meet that size.
Minimum rink size to play,
Ice surface.
hockey, to play hockey.
Yes.
And we don't meet it.
No. Many of the
what are we
arenas that
talking
were
about?
constructed 50 years ago were in the same boat. We saw several of them make decades
you.
ago make additions to their arenas, and we have not. So.
All right. I'm going to read the motion again, having removed that one sentence. So it's now moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Council approve the committee terms of reference policy as presented, and that the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee shall evolve into the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee upon adoption of the appointment bylaw, and that the 2026 meeting schedule for the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee be approved as presented, and that staff be directed to commence the recruitment process for the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 in favor. That is carried. That includes myself for those who are asking. Okay. All right. Let's talk about elections, and then we'll go for a coffee break. And Ms. Levesque, this is your report. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. I'm presenting Staff Report 2026-048, respecting the use of municipal resources in a municipal election policy. The purpose of this report is to obtain Council approval on an updated policy in advance of the 2026 municipal election. This policy is required under the Municipal Elections Act, which requires municipalities to have a policy governing the use of municipal resources in place prior to May 1st in an election year. The current policy was last updated in 2018, and since that time, there have been significant changes in technology, social media, and municipal communication practices. The proposed update ensures the policy is current, aligns with legislative requirements, and reflects best practices. At a high level, the policy is about fairness and transparency and ensures that no candidate gains an unfair advantage to the use of municipal resources. Key provisions include no use of municipal resources for campaign purposes, restrictions on campaigning in municipal facilities, clear separation between a council member's official role and their role as a candidate, equal access to municipal information for all candidates, and a formal complaint process. The policy was developed in collaboration with the clerks across Muskoka to ensure a consistent regional-wide approach. If adopted, the policy will be provided to all candidates at the time of registration, and the clerk's office will oversee administration. Council has two options in front of them today. Option 1, adopt the updated policy, or Option 2, retain the 2018 policy, which is outdated and does not align with current practices. In conclusion, this policy meets legislative requirements, reflects current best practices, aligns with Muskoka-wide approach, and supports a fair and impartial election process. Staff are recommending that Council adopt the updated policy as presented. I'm happy to answer any questions Council may have.
Thank you very much. Councilor Cooper.
Quick draw, McGraw there. Just a question. I heard some generalities, but specifically, what is different between what you are suggesting here and 2018? You talked about technology generally, or a few other things, but I'm not seeing a lot of specifics here, and I'm trying to understand what the red flag is, so to speak, that we have to change something.
Sure. Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Cooper. I just will note that this policy was updated while I was away on maternity leave last year. So I know the clerks of Muskoka did go line by line and did a comparison of all of our policies and did this collaboratively. So if you do look at the other municipalities in Muskoka, they did put forward a basically word for word policy. So this isn't just us here in Georgian Bay putting this forward, it's all of the townships and towns in Muskoka. It's definitely more detailed, and I don't know if you look at the 2018 policy, there's definitely some spelling errors, redlining. It just needs to be updated. It's not current.
But there's no, I just want to be clear that about fundamentally, it's more or less, we're going to operate more or less the same way as we did in 2018?
Correct. There's nothing fundamentally changing. If council chooses to not update this policy, we have one in place and nothing will happen.
Well, and I guess it's just a couple of comments then about that. And you know, how it's very nice to play in the sandbox with the District of Muskoka, but I don't think we need to. We can operate ourselves. But, you know, if there's an improvement, a specific improvement, I can understand that, and maybe it's around details and spelling and whatever, that so be it. But more or less, we had the game plan in 2018 and 2014 too. So the other, just for clarification, because it's not in the report, but it's something that people often misunderstand, I would ask that there be more material sent out to our communities in general around things like lame duck, because I don't think people understand what lame duck is. Maybe they think they can have one, but it's I think it needs some clarity. I think, as I understand it, with lame duck, once you get down from more than one councillor not running again, if I got that right. Sorry, yeah, because it's 75%. 75% of 7 is 5.25. So you need at least 5 1/4 people, which means you need 6 people. So you can only lose one person not running again. Otherwise, you're in lame duck. Correct? So
Correct.
That's one of the things around lame duck. But I think there are other things that, you know, the timelines and so on, that people need to understand. If that is the case, that changes the date of lame duck from being short to relatively longer. Is that correct?
I'm going to defer to our clerk.
Essentially, yes, but so there's 2 periods of lame duck, which I also think people get confused. So it's not the actual campaign period.
No.
So campaign period starts technically May 1st. Nominations can be filed as of May 1st. So the lame duck period does not start potentially until August 21st at 2 p.m. And then that first period goes from August 21st until the close of voting, so 8 p.m. on October 26th. And then depending on the result of that, there's a second period that would then go from October 26th at 8:01 to November 15th. And the restrictions for that are only for the actions of council, but yes, 3/4, which is what the access, so 75% is accurate. And we round up to whole people. We can't count half a person, obviously, which I believe is 6 people, because it's 5 point something. But we're not in that place until August 21st at 2 p.m. And the resources policy goes for this entire time. And it's not just about council sitting at this table having fair and equitable access to resources, which is a huge piece, but also it protects all of you sitting at this table as well to say, hey, there's rules. I don't have an advantage over someone who's not currently on council, but it also stops someone who's trying to run from taking our resources, such as using our municipal logo on their campaign material, that type of thing, because we don't want them to project themselves as the Township of Georgian Bay, because they are not the Township of Georgian Bay. They are John Smith from Honey Harbor. I don't know. Apologies if there is a John Smith in Honey Harbor.
Maybe he's running.
Maybe he is. I don't know. But so it's for everybody, and it doesn't really have anything to do with the restricted acts period. And the new policy, it's mostly just updating the definitions and clarifying language so it's clearer for people who aren't familiar with this process on what they can and can't do.
Thank you. If I could just, these are all short questions, but, and I really don't want to belabor this, but there's more than one kind of duck is what you're really saying. So but we need to clarify that for people that choose to run mostly, but then there's the other aspect of it which is getting information out to our communities with respect to who can vote. And there's been over the years confusion over that issue, including people that have corporations that don't believe they can vote when they can, and they've been told that they can't, but they can.
That's not a straightforward answer, but yeah.
Well, it is, and if they rent from the corporation, then they're a tenant. So that's how you get around that one if it's that situation. But there are many other situations where people don't understand that they are allowed to vote, include many people that are just seasonal residents, don't believe they can vote, and it's ridiculous. So I think we really need to market the opportunity, and it's a good way for us to communicate anyway. So that's my suggestion, that we do everything in our power to make sure that we get the story out very clearly, simply, because it is a bit complicated in spots and too many ducks. Thanks.
Our clerk's department, by the way, have expressed an eagerness to attend, for instance, cottage association meetings or annual meetings. And if anybody has any connection with any of their cottage associations, encourage inviting a clerk out who will do these things and encourage the vote.
And I will do that, especially if I get some Peking duck. Thank you.
With that, Councilor Graziano, what would you like on your menu?
Yeah, I'd like to see some red line revisions to be able to understand what specifically has changed, as Councilor Cooper had requested initially at the onset of his comments. Having to go line for line, word for word to cross-reference the old versus new is quite challenging and time consuming, and I would love to see our clerks add red lines and changes like any legal document. I don't see that here, unfortunately, and so from my perspective, I really don't know what these changes are, and I'd have a hard time voting on things that I don't know what's being changed. I trust but verify. So any comments on that? I believe if memory serves me correctly, maybe, and I could be incorrect, but I believe that this was a discussion that we had in past council meetings where any revisions or changes to bylaws would require them.
Through your worship to Councilor Graziano, this was a completely revamped policy. It would be really difficult to redline. I think the existing policy is 3 pages long, 2 pages, and the new policy is 12. So it would be quite difficult to redline because it's just completely revamped and redone. And it is linked in the report, so you can do a comparison to the old policy.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Clerk. I'm at 9 additional pages of changes of wording is wow, that's a lot of changes of words. With regards to the issue that I see limited here, and perhaps one of our clerks did attend the all clerks meeting that worked collaboratively to create this within the greater Muskoka region. Can someone help me understand why there is no appeal mechanism for complaints?
I'm going to defer to our clerk.
It's not standard practice. It's either a municipal resource or it's not.
So my understanding is based on what's prescribed here, it shows that there are escalation points and they identify who to escalate to in the event that it's a civil matter, go to the civil courts. If in the event that it's a criminal matter, go to the OPP. But there are some matters that pertain and come back to the jurisdiction of our clerk. And it seems like our clerks have the sole discretion to determine or make a determination as to whether there was a breach that occurred. And I'm wondering if there's in every other process, I would assume there's an appeal process with the OPP would go to a provincial court with, the Municipal Act, at least, well, we have the Act. That would be a civil matter that you would then go to a court. But in the matters that pertain to the clerks, there's no appeal process there. So who would be the overarching authority beyond the clerk, or would it just be solely the clerk that makes that decision and a determination as to a course of action from there?
It's usually just like a cease and desist. Like stop using the municipal resource. If you have a website and you're putting the township logo on it, for an example, and we would tell you, hey, you can't use the township logo, please take it down. You would take down the logo. That's what we're asking for. There's no fines, there's no penalties. It's just about compliance. And to ensure there's a fair election process for every candidate.
Understood, and I can appreciate that. I did see that it was stated in here, suffice it that the candidate can take it down, because there could be a time where you're shooting a video behind a building that has a logo on it. And I just want to make sure that there's a process or a mechanism in place in which it will allow any candidate the ability to appeal should there be a determination, such as, hey, you have to blur out that video and that candidate can't afford to have a digital editor do it or something along those lines.
Candidates will be provided a copy of this and advised of the rules and regulations.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Unlike Councillor Cooper, who said that we don't really need to bend to the District of Muskoka and their rules, I think what the district is doing is helping us out in some way. And by the way, I agree with the document that was produced moving forward. There is a step-by-step guide that's going to be provided to the Township of Georgian Bay via the District of Muskoka. And it's saying that if you're thinking of running for council or you're currently on council, Thursday, April the 30th at 6 p.m. at the District of Muskoka, there's a question and answer period. And there's going to be a training seminar on what you can and can't do, which will align with the other towns and townships within the District of Muskoka. So for us to adopt this, it would make sense. And then moving forward, if there was any questions like were posted here today about the individual items to do with the elections, they could be answered on the 30th of April. So I support this 100%.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you. I don't have really too much else to add. My questions, actually, I had a few questions similar to Graziano's about enforcement. And I guess the other one that's with regards to enforcement would be around the use of email for campaign purposes. If that would be, I guess, the same situation where it came to your attention, it's not an investigation thing, and there's the repercussions are to stop it. I can appreciate that's why people have campaign email addresses. Yeah, I didn't really have too much else to say. Like this isn't comparable to what we had in the past. I was looking for the red line initially first until anyway, I will stop talking. I don't have anything else I can say.
Thank you. This policy, you started out with Municipal Elections Act, and Election Finances Act, and Canadian Elections Act, et cetera, et cetera. So most of this is already out there. And it really makes you wonder, if you'll excuse the editorial, why the province does issue this policy to the province, to every municipality, say, here are the rules for elections, because otherwise every municipality is creating basically what the province tells them to create. Just my little head. It's the province that, yeah. But I think one of the things that I find relative to my past in private, in business as opposed to in the municipal world, is how readily municipal staff will confer with people from other municipalities and share best practices and advice or discuss things. And I think that's actually one of the advantages of being in the, I'll call it, in a sense, non-competitive world, because we're not trying to compete with other municipalities. We're just trying to learn from them. So I think it's a good thing. With that, I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council adopt the use of municipal resources in a municipal election policy as presented. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got at least 6. That is carried. All right. I say let's take a 10-minute break and be back here at 11:10, please. All right. We're back, and next on our agenda is the consent agenda. And with what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 items on it, maybe? So the usual question, Councilor Bocek's going to answer it before I ask it.
I would like to fire discharge.
All right. What do you want to say about the firearms? Anybody else want to pull? Oh, lots of hands over. If you want me to list them all, fine. Okay. Okay, you want to comment on that before we?
Well, I know this is but I think
Mhm.
Okay. And Councilor Graziano.
I'm on, just want to make sure my microphone was on. So in parallel to Councillor Bocek, 11D, firearm discharge, 11D, the GPCA contribution, 11E, SCAG, 11H, Integrity Commissioner, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay. I didn't scribble fast enough. The firearms, that was under 11D as well as?
That was 11D. Yes. 11E SCAG. Oh, I'm sorry. I have SCAG under 11E for some reason.
Sorry, 11D is Committee of the Whole minutes, which include firearms. 11E is the Committee of the Whole recommendations and resolutions, which includes firearms.
Yeah, so
And then
there,
11F is the SCAG solutions.
okay. And then there was something after that.
On my part?
Yes.
11D, 11F, and 11H, Integrity Commissioner report.
Aye.
I'm one off. I apologize. Clearly,
Okay.
my eyes were going snowblind last night.
I blame the software that moved it.
There you go.
Councilor Hazelton.
Software moved it. Okay.
Well, that sometimes happens.
Okay, well, in that case, I'm looking for what used to be G and what used to be F.
What are the particular items?
Well, it's these new reports that keep changing everything. G, special counsel, yes. F, sustainable communities advisory group. So that's F and I don't know. In my version, it's F and G.
Okay.
F and G.
Sorry, so you want to pull SCAG and the special counsel minutes? I'm not sure what is happening with the
and
numbering.
special counsel. Yes.
Okay.
And I?
We have one already, so.
And I, yes.
Okay.
Aye. Captain.
All right, so let's start at the top. The first thing I heard was firearms discharge bylaw. So let's talk about that for a moment, please. Councillor Bocek, you leave that one off?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for letting us pull this off the agenda.
Well, we haven't pulled it off the agenda. What we're now going to discuss these items, decide whether we need a separate motion to go with them as opposed to just a general consent.
Okay, I should probably say what I want to say, and then we can discuss whether there's a separate resolution needed. So just so that there's a complete understanding of the process here, because I've been getting a lot of emails and calls about this. The process is this was discussed at the Committee of the Whole. The Committee of the Whole agreed to bring this to Council for ratification during this Council meeting. My understanding is that our representative from the bylaw department is not here today, and this is going to be deferred until the May meeting for ratification. That's what I've been told.
Clerk Wade, can you clarify?
Yes, but just to make this very clear. So March meeting happened. We are now in April. So the April resolutions and minutes from Committee of the Whole come to the next meeting for ratification. So all we are doing today with the COW motion is saying, yes, that is what COW decided in March. So we're ratifying the decision that Cal made because Cal doesn't technically have any authority to make decisions, which is why then those directions have to come here. So staff technically can't move forward on any committee of the whole recommendations until they're ratified by council. So if and when this resolution, which was recommend that council approve the draft firearm discharge bylaw as presented. Once that is then ratified today, then it can be brought forward to council at the next meeting for adoption. But there's still another step in that process. So by ratifying today's decision does not mean that we have the bylaw enacted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
I'm confused. I thought that committee of the whole made the recommendations and via the consent agenda, we approved them.
Yes, you're
If-
adopting them as council.
If we approve it, if we approve the consent agenda today,
Yes.
then we have confirmed the direction that the committee of the whole gave us. And then an actual bylaw will be printed up.
Oh, okay, so we're pushing for the bylaw, okay.
If I can
Thank you.
continue, thank you.
Okay.
So one of the concerns of the constituents, and I'm overwhelmed by the permanent population here. And one of the concerns of theirs that I've been asked to bring forward is that they have written letters to some of the councillors who voted against this bylaw, and they feel that maybe their thoughts have changed during the course of this action. So I've checked with the clerk, and I would like a vote registered today to see if there's been any change in the will or want of council. And I believe that's through the process, the policies we have. That
Okay,
can-
let me, I want to make sure I understand you with apologies, but so there were 3 people who voted against it and 4 people who voted in favor. So the 3 people who voted against it, and you would, if my memory serves, you were one who voted against it. You want an opportunity so the council can find out whether or not you changed your mind?
Or that any councillors change their mind. And excuse me if this sounds a little bit rude, but some of the people that watched the council meeting or watched the YouTube of the council meeting thought that perhaps the process was being rushed because the mayor had thrown his arms up in the air and said, I'm just going to vote yes on this because I've heard enough of it.
I made a statement to that effect because
Yes,
we've been
I'm not-
talking about it for an hour.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not stating anything, but that was brought to my attention. So they've asked for a vote because they figured because some of the councillors that had voted in favor may have changed their mind at this point due to their input and letters. So I'm asking for a vote to see if there's been a change, and I'd like that recorded as well too.
So therefore, we will pull the item from consent and vote on it separately.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. That can be done, and the clerk is pulling that piece of paper.
Wouldn't there therefore be a request for reconsideration? Isn't that effectively what we'd be doing?
In a sense, but
That's how I look at it. Okay, then we need to have to agree that we will allow, okay.
I'm gonna ask the clerk to manage that the appropriate way. All right, that was the firearms. Does that satisfy Councilor Graziano? I believe you brought up the firearm as well. Does that satisfy you, or do you had some other?
We are going to be discussing the potential for Councilor Bochek's. It seems like we are going to be discussing the Councilor Bochek's request for reconsideration. And if that's the case, it'll be pulled back into our agenda this afternoon, and I'll defer my comments until that point, because I will be seeking, if it is successful, there might be an add-on that I might seek to bring forward.
Okay. And was that the only item you brought up? Oh, yeah, okay. So next, then we have the GPCA item, Councilor Graziano, that you brought up.
Correct, and perhaps this is another matter for reconsideration, given that we've heard back from our the municipality to our south, advising that at that point they would not be matching our donation. And so I'd like to, based on comments made within council, specifically Councillor Bochek and myself, supporting potentially a fixed amount that wasn't tied to any matching donation from Severn Township,
So I want to investigate or explore this as well to see whether or not that's still there and whether we just give a one-time 25th anniversary donation to the Cancer Society of Ontario without the requirement to have be matched. Thank you.
Okay, so that came to council in March, so that's a done decision. That would be a reconsideration altogether, which is not listed on the agenda.
If I remember it correctly, we did agree to pay 10,000 regardless of whether it was matched.
If we can confirm that, then we can forego. Okay, then we'll forego the whole conversation.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, even though the wording was a little bit kind of weird, but to me, we're in for 10. Okay, all right. Next item that came up on the list is the SCAG, the Sustainable Advisory, sorry, Sustainable Community Advisories Group resolutions. And I think both councillors, Graziano and Hazelton, brought that one up. So, gentlemen, is there a concern?
This, turning the mic on. Page 86. I'm trying to find the. This was related to the oh, hang on. Private wells. Somebody can help me with the page on where the private wells was being discussed. Oh, there we go. So, it was, yeah, I got it. The SCAG 2026-009.
On page 95, if you have the big package.
Yeah, well, it's on page 82 of my package. But anyways, I wasn't part of the committee meeting, but our our director of CBO, there we go, circulated a document that had all kinds of water wells in our township. And I wanted just to share that I got really excited because there's a water well on my property. And so I started digging into it and I discovered that, in fact,
You dug into the well.
I dug into the well. So I tried to figure out where on the property the well was. And of course, I wasn't able to go out and find it, but I'm pretty sure I know all the property in my area that where there might be a well. So I called the MECP, and oddly enough, they got back to me that same day. Incredible response. And they were helping me understand how I would go about finding the well, and they gave me the name of the guy who drilled the well. Of course, he's out of business. It was drilled in 76. It was terminated in 77. And it doesn't exist anymore. So I was just going to try to suggest that the document that we have, that we circulated, that had all these wells in Honey Harbor, probably don't exist anywhere. And I don't know who created that document, but the wells don't exist. And yeah, so MECP. So I just wanted to share that if somebody thinks there's all kinds of wells in our communities, there aren't. And this data is bogus. And I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
If I understand you correctly, because the well they indicated in your property doesn't exist anymore, you're assuming that all the other wells don't exist anymore?
Well, I've looked at the map and seen the massive proliferation of dots on the map where there should be wells. And in a water access only community, it's highly unlikely people are going to bring in well drilling equipment. So I just thought that given my experience, it's likely that these other suggested wells are also non-existent.
Councilor Cooper, you want to make a comment on that?
Well. 3 holes in the ground
Oh,
I did raise
Give
this
me
because
strength.
I saw the map and I just shook my head, especially when we're thinking about we're on Canadian Shield. I understand you can drill into Canadian Shield and can get water, but typically if you'd had water in front of your property, you're probably going to filter it because well drilling is expensive and sometimes the wells can be pretty sour. And so that typically, if you see any wells especially north of Honey Harbor, I think they're fictitious. So I just thought I'd add to that sort of, the data is not very good. I'm sorry, but thank you.
well, I did have the experience last year visiting somebody on waterfront who did have a well. Now, if I could remember who it was and tell you where it was, I would. But I do remember that because I was quite shocked. But yeah, the well was there, and
Well, that's to my point.
yeah. So there some wells do exist on waterfront, though it's not that common.
Okay.
Oh. All right. So you just wanted to make that observation. We're not pulling that or anything at this point.
There's no need for action. I
Okay.
just wanted it to be
No.
generally understood that
Yeah,
this
no.
information is not likely accurate.
Yeah. All right. Where are we? Councillor Graziano has also said, mentioned SCAG, but has that been now done or you got?
No,
another-
actually, I had a question to our
Okay.
Director of Finance with regards to funding, the funding source for the 70,000. I looked back based on the resolution number and I just couldn't find it and any of the minutes of where the funding would be coming from for the 70,000. So to the best of her knowledge, can she or advise accordingly?
I'm sure she can.
Through you, Mayor Kutsier, I will defer that over to our Director of Sustainability and Communications.
Thank you, Director of Finance. Through you, Your Worship, I wanted to share that the funding came from the Green Municipal Fund, which is part of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
Great, thank you. So there's no cost to the municipality for the 70,000, is that correct?
Through you, Your Worship, there is a $10,000 commitment through a resolution previously approved by Council to bring the total funding exercise to 80,000, but 70,000 was provided to us.
By grant. Thank you so
correct.
much.
Okay, and I think the final item on our list is the integrity. Oh, I apologize. You're right. I have a G right here.
Do I need to recuse myself on this? No? No.
Okay, special council minutes, G. Councillor Hazelton.
So in the continued theme of impatience, I see that we have a resolution directing staff to investigate solutions to provide a reprieve to water access properties for waste management services. And I don't see it on the current agenda. I'm wondering, do we have a date for when it will appear on our agenda?
Theo Mariotti.
It will be coming to the May agenda.
Thank you. That's all I need.
I love it when the things are up and down, done.
Sorry, I'd just like to add, yeah, we have the special council meeting at the end of March, the week after, excuse me, staff met and had a brainstorming session. So here we are 9 business days after the special council meeting. And so, yeah, there's going to be a report coming in May.
Right, now, so far we have one sheet pulled, and now we're going to go down to 11I, which is the Integrity Commissioner Reports Summary. Both Councilors Graziano and Hazelton brought that up.
I wanted to, it just didn't get to me.
It's being brought up by this side of the room. Gentlemen, between the three of you, speak, please. I didn't say bark.
So, bear with me for one sec here. So in the interests of dealing with the the Integrity Commissioner report, it provides a fair amount of information. I'm not really sure I want to dig in and discuss it at length, but what it highlights for me and hopefully for others is that we have an experience where we are spending a ton of money on the Integrity Commissioner, and this is largely driven by complaints coming from staff or facilitated by staff. And we are spending a ton of money, our taxpayers' money, on two key roles in the township, our CAO role and our Director of HR role. And I would be surprised that those roles really shouldn't be considered as the roles responsible for dealing with employee concerns related to council or councilors. And so in the interests of that, I have prepared a resolution that I have that I've shared with our clerk, which I'll just read it briefly and then we can hopefully discuss it. But be it resolved that council directs staff to update the code of conduct to require all staff concerns with councilors be handled by either their senior management team manager or the Director of HR. And that the Director of HR is permitted to file a code of conduct, I should have said only, is permitted to file a code of conduct complaint against a councillor, and that no code of conduct complaints against a councillor from the Director of HR can be filed without prior mediation, and that the mediator be selected and agreed on by all parties. And one final statement, and that these changes to the code of conduct be provided for consideration by council no later than June of this year, and added dialogue so that we can get it completed before our lame duck period.
All right, I'm going to go to our clerk. Vote. Procedurally.
Again, I'd like to clarify. Lame duck only applies if we are incurring costs of $50,000 on that item directly. So there's no direct cost for this, for us to change a bylaw. So this has nothing to do with the lame duck process. This is not part of the restricted acts.
No cost. Does that mean it's quick too?
No.
Sorry.
Well, that partly depends on the debate. My question is it appropriate for council to consider this at this time, or do we need to have a vote of council to consider? My concern is the consent agenda simply says report received. What Councillor Hazelton is proposing is discussion as a consequence of that report, which is really not part of our consent agenda. So my question is, Clerk Way, how do we get that on the floor? I'll call it properly.
So we can discuss further direction from a consent agenda within reason. So we're not explicitly adopting a new policy today. That would be going too far because there's no draft policy. Okay. Saying there needs to be changes to a policy, that is something we can discuss. I would like to note though, I would like a legal opinion on this before I bring back anything because I'm certain this goes against.
That means you're now discussing it.
But yeah, that's...
All right, so here is my suggestion based on everything we've heard so far. We're going to read the consent motion without two items in it.
Okay. And then
we'll do a firearms vote. Then we will consider Councillor Hazelton's draft motion, because that draft motion does not interfere with us receiving the report. It's after that. So that's my suggested procedure, if the clerk doesn't elbow me, is that we'll read the motion of consent, the overall with two items removed. Then we'll do the first item removed. Then we don't even have to remove the second item.
We do have to, yeah, that has to come out completely. It has to be voted on differently. 11E?
Oh.
Yes.
But we don't have to remove I.
No, we don't have to remove I.
Because that we can do.
That we have to
Okay.
vote on separately regardless.
So then my final question before I start reading the motions is Councilors Cooper and Graziano, based on what Councilor Hazelton had to say, did you want anything else or that you were basically reinforcing Councilor Hazelton? You're on the ball on these things today, aren't you?
Microphone.
Sorry.
Microphone.
I'll repeat that. So I would just like to say that as long as we can have some discussion around this, of
Yeah.
course, as long as we're doing that, I have some things to add
No,
to
I want to get these out of the
Get
way
it on,
and then
yes.
get to the discussion.
Perfect.
Okay.
That's all I was, and I do have a few comments. Thank you.
Councilor Graziano.
I'll defer to the discussion. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I have moved by Councilor Hazelton, seconded by Councilor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of April 13th, 2026, excluding 11E, which is the Committee of the Whole March 10th, 2026 resolutions. Yeah. All those in favor? And that part is carried. Okay. So now we're going to go to the 11E motion.
So the first part is. So motion 1 would then be to adopt the motions, the resolution for March 10th, excluding, what number is it? Excluding COW 2026-007 here.
All right.
And then we can have the second vote.
So now. Oh, I apologize to everybody. We're doing a motion to adopt 2 out of the 3 resolutions that were part of 11E, and then we're going to separately vote on the firearms resolution that was inside that item. So I moved by Councilor Cooper, seconded by Councilor Bocheck. Be it resolved, the council adopts the March 10, 2026 Committee of the Whole resolutions COW-2026-006 and COW-2026-008 as circulated. So those are the 2 resolutions that were not about firearms. All those in favor? Okay, and that part's carried. And then the second one is, be it resolved, the council adopts the March 10, 2026 Committee of the Whole resolution COW-2026-007 to approve the draft firearm discharge bylaw as presented. So that's the one that we have to call a separate vote on. And I'll open this up to comments, but I do not want to rediscuss the whole matter. Councilor Bocheck.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. The reason for this request is in light of the very well done, almost a dozen-page report that came through on the agenda. I believe not only what I said earlier about maybe councillors not, or the ability to change their mind, maybe the other way as well too. After reading the report, they feel that this bylaw is properly written, so there may be a change of vote there as well too. So that's the reason for the vote.
Well, giving councilors an opportunity for sober second thought, where in the firearms bylaw, we might say sober fifth thought or something, because we discussed it a few times. All right, Councilor Hazelton.
Can I request that we have a recorded vote then, as we did? Oh, perfect.
Can you record the vote twice? All right, so that I've read it. Do I have to read it again? Councilor Graziano.
I'm sorry. Will I have an opportunity to provide my comments and my recommendation for this particular matter before it goes to vote?
Yes.
Excellent. With that said, perhaps I can share or save staff some time, suffice it that council wills it, I had a couple of inquiries over the last month with respect to this matter, advising that the community has yet to have an opportunity to comment on the newly proposed bylaw. So if we look chronologically at the timeline, I believe there was a survey that was conducted by the municipality, followed by a meeting at the Baxter Ward Community Center. Staff captured the information from the community. We discussed this at length here in council. It was deferred, came back with a new revised, excuse me. Yeah, exactly, frog in my throat. A revised bylaw that was presented at COW to council, and we had discussed it, and here we are today. The community feels, based on my conversations with many members, is that they were not surveyed on the new bylaw and what was written and being proposed by staff, on whether or not they feel that what was written in the current amended version makes sense, and that they'd like to have some input on this. And so my recommendation, if council so wills it here today, is to, circulate the current proposed bylaw by way of survey to determine what the community wants during a time or within the time of year that most of our community members are present in the community, which would suggest spring, summer, as cottages and water access properties open up. So that's the recommendation based on conversations that I've received and comments that I've been hearing from the community with regards to no input from them on the currently worded bylaw. So not sure if we can stitch that into where the clerk was going and or what that would mean.
Madam Clerk, can you correct me if I'm wrong, but if this does not pass, then effectively either it comes back for further review, or is it just gone and we're back to the 1991 bylaw? Like what?
We're back to the 1991 bylaw.
Okay, so if we do not pass this, then it's gone. As opposed to what Councillor Graziano is suggesting is, what about the possibility of rediscussing it?
There's too many things on. Councillor Hazelton, can you turn your microphone off? Sorry, thank you. You do get to rediscuss it when it comes to council for adoption. Like, there's still another opportunity. All this means is the bylaw will be coming forward to council. It doesn't mean the bylaw is magically adopted.
Right, and I understand that. So if it does pass here today, it will come back before council. But what I'm saying is, in between that stage, perhaps a survey is warranted to capture the feedback of the community and to better inform council as to what the community truly wants based on what is currently proposed.
I'm afraid my response to that is the community is free to send in communication. And if the community is sending communication to a couple of councillors with their concerns, they should be sending that. We could invite them today, effectively, to send in their communications, their suggestions as to how they think council, township should go on this. C.O. Mariotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. And if I can just add, there's been huge communication that has been going on throughout this process that has been a year or 2 years now. So bylaw is in constant communication with residents who are contacting them. And the current bylaw has changed significantly compared to the first draft based on public input. So there's been significant relaxation of the content of this bylaw compared to the first draft. So there's been a lot of education and outreach, as we all know, based on the Facebook comments and input, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, so what I'm going to do now, I'm not seeing any more hands. Councillor Bocek.
a question of procedure here. This comes back next month, and if it fails at council, could a resolution be made, and I guess I'm going to ask our CAO this, can a resolution be made at that time to repeal the old bylaw so that the township has no bylaw when it comes to firearms discharge? Is that correct?
Yeah, so at that time, council can do one of three things: adopt the new bylaw, go back to the old bylaw, or have no bylaw.
Another bylaw would need to come forward to repeal that bylaw.
Sure,
Of course. But
But
All right.
I understood that the old bylaw has no legs whatsoever. The new bylaw would give legs. So if the new bylaw is turned down, then I think the old one should be repealed. And that's the process to do it in, so I appreciate that.
And this whole process started 2 years ago, I think it was 2 years ago, when we were advised that the old bylaw had no legs. And at that point, of course, is when we gave direction to staff to let's provide a draft update. And that's been a fulsome discussion. Okay, I will read the motion and Clerk Way will take the vote. So I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that the council adopts the March 10, 2026 Committee of the Whole Resolution COW 2026-007 to approve the draft firearm discharge bylaw as presented. Clerk Way. Oh, sorry.
Let the record show Councillor Bocek has requested a recorded vote. Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Here, there we go. Yes.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 4-3.
Thank you. All right. So now we are at Councillor Hazelton's draft, the Code of Conduct Policy changes proposal. Can I put it that, use that word? So Councillor Hazelton, you've made mention of this. I don't know if you want to add anything more before we see if anybody else wants to comment. Well done. Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. No comments with regards to what Councillor Hazelton is suggesting, other than I support the format that he's proposing, and I understand that other municipalities have deployed a similar format in my own personal research, along with relatively well-known IC as well, advocating for a similar format. The comment that I made was with regards to what was being circulated, specifically on Schedule A of the report, on the matter 2025-A pertaining to Councillor Bocek and myself, and Respondent 3, who self-identified, I think, when we were discussing this matter. There were 8 allegations that were presented against me, and only 2 of them seem to have been listed within the report here today. And there was no mention of the other 6 being removed, inclusive of 9-4, which also was not found to be valid. And so I'm curious to know why 6 of 8 were precluded from the report, and 2 were included, but 1 of which I was not to have been found in breach as well. So why 1 of 7, where I was not found in breach, was included in this report, the other 6 were omitted, and the 1 that I was found to be in breach was included? So just out of curiosity, I'm trying to rationalize why. If I can ask the clerk, that'd be greatly appreciated.
That chart is just a snapshot summary of the reports. As you know, they are usually 20 plus pages long, which would have been impossible for us to capture every little nuance in a way that was easily readable. So it is a snapshot of the highlights of those reports.
If I may, Your Worship, the concern that I have is that this is a public document visible to the public, and I don't think the allegations are nuanced, rather they are the allegations. 3 more additional lines or two more additional lines within this grid would have included all the other remaining allegations before me that were found to be invalid. And so the issue that I have here is that given that this is a public document, I'd like it to be corrected to reflect accurately the allegations that were presented, of which 7 of them being found not to have been breach. I think that that would be warranted based on the fact that they are not nuanced, rather they're the allegations which we've defined here: breaches to Rule 9.1 in both issues, no breach Rule 9.4. Why was 9.4 included, identified as no breach, but the other 6 remaining alleged breaches were not to have been no breaches included in there as well? So why was 9.4 identified and the other 6 were omitted?
Again, it's a summary. If someone wants to read the whole report, that's available on the agendas.
I'm going to request that this be amended just to include that. Thank you. It is a public document. I appreciate it.
Probably the easiest thing to do is revise the schedule with an extra line at the same word. Okay, all right. Well, then, it's now been brought up in discussion, so at least then the public record can show that Councilor Graziano observed that the summary report excluded other allegations that were not found, that he was not found in breach of.
Well, I'm wondering, Your Worship, if there would be a way to bring it forward into the next council meeting with an addendum and or an amendment to that, just to confirm that it's accurate. Thank you.
We can follow up.
Yeah, if I recall, and I might be mistaken as it's been a while since I read the report, if I recall, my recollection is that the IC only investigated 9.1 and 9.4. She did not investigate a whole bunch of other aspects. So the report really, for yourself, Councillor Graziano, and also for Councillor Bocek, turned on 9.1 and 9.4, and that's what she reported on. And that's why those are the only 2 sections of the Code of Conduct.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what the original complaints are. So if there were 9 original complaints included, or 10 or 50, or the whole lot, I have no idea. We don't have that information. We don't have those records. We are not privy to those records. This data is collected solely based off the final reports that were provided, that are publicly available.
Yeah, because I would like to get back to actually what we're supposed to be discussing here. So if you could just if you want to make one more brief comment, that's fine.
Well, this is an important matter, Your Worship, so I appreciate the time allocated towards it. With regards to the investigation, the Integrity Commissioner identified all of the allegations before me in her report. And so I believe that all of them should be included here, and it should be correctly identified that 7 of 8 were found to have been non-breach. If we're going to identify the ones that were not in or no breach ruled, then we should include the other 6 that are omitted here. Whether or not she added a paragraph or more around 9.4, I think we're splitting hairs here. The fact is she did identify all of the breaches that she investigated, inclusive of the other 6. And we can go back to the report to confirm that, but I do believe that they were outlined in her initial investigation as well as in her report. And she found that there was no breach for the other remaining 6, so they should be included on this report. I just want to set the correct record so the public knows and there's no ambiguity and or misconceptions that can be drawn from today's report. Thank you.
It would be advantageous if council, if they have concerns with the accuracy and data contained within our staff reports, that they advise us of this prior to the meeting so that there is an opportunity for us to amend the documents if that is required. These agendas are published 10 days in advance, which provide you 2 weekends. That I believe, Councillor Graziano, was your request to have us add these, publish our agendas more than a week earlier, as we had been doing. So I can't change the agenda as it stands today. If I had known about this a week ago, I might have been able to go back and review that data and make amendments.
All right. So in other words, if you want something further in this, I think you're going to have to make some sort of motion for the next council meeting.
And that's fine, Your Worship, but I do want to respond with regards to the time in which I review documents. That is at my discretion when I review documents, and I don't believe that a matter of correcting the record and or being accurate in matters that pertain to Integrity Commissioner complaints should be timelined and based on a specific time around where staff feels it's appropriate for us to review their documents. You know, we have hundreds of pages.
You've made your point.
Thank you.
I'd
That
like
we have to go
get
through
back to
in
the
detail.
discussion, so I'm going to go to Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And sort of along those lines, I spent quite a bit of time working on this subject and really completed any work on it in the last day or so. So it wouldn't have been included in this agenda, unfortunately, but I'd be happy to share it with the staff. And it's really a review of the Integrity Commissioner starting in November of 2011 and all the way through to 2025, through 2025. And some of the concerns that have been raised, in one example in 2025, where there's only mention of where there was a supposed breach. There were several examples where there weren't breaches, and I can list probably 10 where there were no breaches, but there was no mention of that part of it for others as well that have been brought up in front of the Integrity Commissioner. So I'm in support of the resolution that's being proposed here, but I would like to say, there's a lot of information that some people and maybe our entire council are not aware of, and B, just so you know, the rest of councillors are aware, there's a highly qualified Integrity Commissioner who is a former Faskins lawyer, municipal lawyer at Faskins, a very senior guy who ended up as the chief of staff for one of our previous premiers and is subsequently doing quite a bit of an IC work for a number of locations in central and northern Ontario. And so I think his name is Guy Giorni. I can't pronounce his last name, but anyway, his practice is what's interesting to me, and that is that it's sort of what's being presented and proposed here, which is that let's start by talking to each other, especially in these kinds of circumstances, before we bring in the Integrity Commissioner, not just because of a financial reason, but because it's being elevated long before necessary in some cases. And his practice is go to HR, get HR to talk to the two parties, that maybe it's counselor and staff or whomever it is. Let's have a discussion. And I've been talking about this for some time now. I think talking to each other is maybe a way to resolve things before we get into the heavy hitting with the Integrity Commissioner. So I think his practice is exactly what we're talking about, and it's being used in a number of municipalities, some larger than others, but places like North Bay and many other municipalities across central Ontario. So worth considering. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, several things. The province may very soon override everything we're discussing here anyway. So we got to keep that in mind. Two, I like the direction of this motion, but it brings to mind, I believe, and I'm hoping that I wasn't dreaming this, that in our first term, we discussed in our code of conduct exactly this type of possibility. And I'm surprised. I thought we had included mediation and it's too bad that we didn't. I think mediation beforehand is a good idea. I then have one question for our clerk, and within the motion, it suggests that only the director of HR is permitted to file a code of conduct complaint. Doesn't the person who has the issue have to file the code, or does it matter?
Clerk White.
So two things. Our current code of conduct has two avenues: an informal complaint process, which does include mediation, and a formal complaint process, which goes straight to the integrity commissioner. That is at the will of the complainant. The complainant does not have to be, and this is per the act, the complainant doesn't have to be the person who's impacted by the actions of a member. It could be someone who witnessed the actions of a member. If we're talking about a behavior piece, it could be someone who became aware of a conflict through the MCIA, but maybe isn't directly involved with that conflict. There's nothing saying it has to be the person who was impacted by it.
Just to follow up then, so our bylaw currently in place does have mediation as an option. So it's a matter of maybe we should be just revising that to indicate that mediation should be looked at first before it gets escalated. And I think maybe it's maybe a simple change to our code of conduct, which would be, or our bylaw, which may make this whole process a little bit easier. But I'm in agreement. We need to. I think mediation is a great first step in trying to resolve these issues.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Similar to Councillor Hazelton, this is a moving forward item. This is actions we're going to take moving forward, not what's happened in the past. But I'd like to bring up a couple of comments that relate directly to Councillor Cooper and Councillor Hazelton. When I was advised that the Integrity Commissioner was doing an investigation into my actions, I went to our CAO and I asked our CAO who made the complaint. And he said, due to privacy reasons, that was not allowed to be disclosed. So in the Integrity Commissioner's report, it didn't name the complainant either. It simply said that there was a complaint made. So chain of command. You have a roads guy. The roads guy complains to the supervisor. The supervisor or the director complains to HR or the CAO, and then it goes to the Integrity Commissioner without the councillor knowing who the complainant is. So the whole mediation thing comes into play here. If we're going to mediate with HR or we're going to mediate somehow, but the complainant is not disclosed who it is, then how are we going to sit face-to-face, one-to-one, and discuss whether it was a breach or not? And this was exactly where we were, Mr. CAO, when I first heard about the actions taken against me. So there needs to be a lot of work done on this, because if due to the Privacy Act, they don't have to be identified, then you can't have mediation through either HR or any other mechanism in our township. So I'd just like to have confirmed that what I've said is correct. And if so, then we need to do a lot of work behind the scenes here, including the province, to make sure that the Privacy Act is not interfered with. So if you can make comment on that.
Okay, Clerk Way and then CEO Marion.
So the process is when the IC receives a complaint. Again, the complainant may or may not be the individual. However, the purpose is for it to be a confidential process so people don't have fear of speaking up. That's the design of the process per the province. It has nothing to do with how we want it to happen or not happen. The intention of the province and how they've implemented the code of conduct is for it to be a confidential process so people don't have fear for press.
Before we go to the CAO, if I may respond to that. So with what you're saying here is there can be no mediation process with the complainant or their director or anyone, which is what I found out originally, that because I asked for mediation. I said, why don't we sit down face to face and talk about what I did? and whether what I did was wrong or right. But that couldn't happen. It went directly to the integrity commissioner. So I can't see how there could be any remediation if the complainant or anyone else is not able to step forward and address my concerns face to face. And that's why I'd like the CAO as well to, because we're very familiar with this. You and I had these conversations back when.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Couture. So I cannot tell an employee whether they should or should not go ahead with a complaint. What I can do is try to, as you mentioned, is mediate. And that is exactly what was attempted at the time in that room behind you. So we did try to have a meeting. We did try to explain things. And then whatever happened later on, a complaint came through afterwards. So I can do my best, but at the end of the day, I cannot tie an employee's hands, and it's not in my, and neither would I want to. We have to be able to, whether it's a resident or whether it's an employee, they need to have the ability to come forward with whatever concerns they have. And we really need to look at this. I know Guy Giorno works at North Bay. I don't think staff are familiar with any of this approach here. So we really need to look into this. Obviously, this has just come up this morning, but I'm not aware of any other municipality. So, members of council, you mentioned that this is happening elsewhere. I'd love to have examples that are happening elsewhere in the province, so we can look at that.
Thank you. I won't belabor this any further, but just listening to Council Hazelton wanting to bring something to the floor here, I don't think the mediation is even a possibility under the current rules of what's in place right now. So we're going to have to change some rules, whether it's provincially regulated or through the district or through this township. We need to make some changes before we can actually move forward with a mitigation.
And I wish you the best of luck changing provincial rules. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Yeah, and I can appreciate these points that are being raised. On the face of the motion, I can understand where it's going. I think, through the discussion, the mediation being mandatory may be an impediment to this being really successful down the road. What happens if the mediation isn't successful? Does the complainant then still have the opportunity to file a complaint independently? I think if a complaint comes from a member of the public, I don't think it would ever go through the internal process. So I think there's consideration, and if this motion is to pass, I think we need to have some other clause in here that would ask our staff for at least one or two other opinions on the feasibility of this and how it could work. And where it works in other places. It just is a deviation from what we have, and I'm concerned we put a lot of effort into this, and then we get to the point in the term of council, and the province imposes their own code of conduct. So I'm just worried about a lot of effort being expended. If this is something that we could do quickly and get it in place well before the summer, that's one thing, but I think there is consideration that has to be put in place. Thank you.
Just regarding the timeline, as of May 1st in election year, complaints can't be filed because that way they can't be used to impact the campaign.
Yeah, no,
well, that's an important fact.
Yeah. Before we do the second round, I'd like to make a few comments. You were the first one to speak on it, I thought.
I spoke on my issue, but not on this issue.
Well,
so I had a separate issue that
we'll get back to you shortly. The idea of mediation appeals to me. There's no question about it, and I know we have mediation in our current code of conduct. I don't have an issue with asking staff to consider what is here, but I do want to make a couple comments on it, and that is that I'm uncomfortable that we specifically mentioned the Director of Human Resources, just like, in our indemnity bylaw, we specifically mentioned the CAO, and that became awkward. I think we have to, at the very least, say, or delegate or something like that, because if we do it for just one person, there may be complications that our Director of Human Resources may have already dealt with the matter informally before they even got to mediation, or maybe it's a member of her department, or, in other words, I don't think we should be that specific. Secondly, if I understand the provincial laws correctly, and I'm not an expert, but if I understand the provincial laws correctly, the complainant has the option to go straight to file a complaint. I don't know if we can block that. We can encourage mediation, and I really think we should, but I don't know if we can block a complainant saying, I'm filing a complaint, I don't care. And I think we need to confirm that. I'm not sure, and this idea of only the Director of Human Resources can file the complaint, and only after mediation. Again, that may be contrary to the provincial law, and I think at the very least we have to check that out. And yeah, I have no problem with the idea of considering all this, but I think we're going to end up eventually at something that is a little different than what is imagined here, simply because we have to make sure it falls within provincial regulations. And to Councillor Bochek's point, yes, I think provincial regulations need to be updated, and I know the province is working at it, though I will admit to, at the very least, some apprehension as to what they will offer. All right, now we're going to start round two. Councillor Graziano, if you can lead that off, please. Yes, Councillor Cooper, I do have the C down, and I do have an H down for Councillor Hazelton as well.
I'm assuming anyways. Couple of concerns that have been raised and interesting points nonetheless. With regards to mediation, I can confirm, based on my experiences, both in a private corporate setting as well as in other matters, that mediation can occur where the two parties that are mediating are present together, where the two parties are in breakout rooms, and where one of the two parties is confidential in a breakout room. Mediation can still occur very effectively, regardless of whether it is a confidential issue or not. And mediators have ways of structuring the mediation around those particular nuanced concerns. So where it's a matter that is going to be a confidential complainant, they can very much still retain their confidentiality without any compromise there. Second to that is that if mediation is already part of our bylaw, which it is, we all agreed on this, then clearly it's allowed. And effectively, this is just a small tweak to what we currently have, which is requiring mediation to be the first step rather than a potential step within the process. And I think that says a lot here. I don't know whether we need a lot of legal opinion, because clearly our past administrators have had that opinion and they have hard-coded it into the current bylaw. But if staff feels that they do need another legal opinion, I'm sure council will deliberate on it and provide instructions. But given the fact that it's already there, suggests that it's allowed, we just need to tweak it to ensure that it is the first step, which now leads me to the economics behind it and the cost of mediation versus the Integrity Commissioner. I believe the current 2025-A on Schedule B of the clerk's report identified the cost to be $22,000 and some odd dollars all in for that particular investigation. And I wonder if we were to move forward today and or defer this or refer this back to staff for a future report, whether we can pull a report in the last 5 years if any mediation had occurred specific to potential IC matters, not giving any confidential information, rather just a dollar figure on what the cost of that mediation was, and was it successful or not, again, without disclosing any confidential information, if there was anything that happened within this time frame. So council could understand what's the cost of mediation versus the cost of an actual integrity commissioner complaint, because if we can save the taxpayers money, and if we can have a better process for everyone all around without the need to go through the investigation, the formal process, I think it's a win-win for taxpayers. It's a win-win for potential staff if it's a staff complainant, and for the councillor as well. And I think that comes down to it. And then lastly, there was a concern with regards to the outcome of mediation. What if mediation fails? Well, in any litigation matter or civil litigation matter or mediation matter for that, if the complainant still wishes to proceed, it's without prejudice. And so they can still proceed. So if they ultimately decide at the end of mediation that mediation wasn't successful, they have the decision at their discretion to move forward with the matter and file a formal complaint based on the process that has been defined herein. So I think based on comments made that we are relatively safe in making this change. But again, we'll defer to staff and their legal opinions on, perhaps why and if we should make that change. And if legal opinions come back that it's not recommended, then maybe we revise or revisit whether mediation should even be in our bylaw. Because if our lawyers are saying that mediation is not a best practice, well, then this sheds light to the fact that we have a gap here, and maybe we remove it altogether. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and I won't repeat all of what I've just heard, but it's certainly sound. I would just suggest, though, that perhaps our CAO can look into what is being conducted currently in the following locations: Pickering, North Bay, Peterborough, Clarington, Madawaska Valley, Deep River. I could go on. Those are all where Guy Giarno is doing work as an integrity commissioner. And basically, so if it's being done, and he was the chief of staff for the premier, and now he's doing things that the province does not allow, I'd be really surprised. He was a senior partner with Faskins, as I mentioned. So I think it's quite doable. And I think what we need to remember is that we're talking about maybe different classes of not just mediation, but solutions. And what I mean by that is that there can be a complaint by a staff member against a councillor. There can be a councillor against a councillor. There can be a constituent against a councillor, etc. And I think the constituent matter may be treated differently. I can't recall what I read in that part of it, but as it pertains to the first two, staff against councillor, councillor against staff, or whatever, start talking to each other by mediating through the HR department. And it's fully allowable, or at least is in all these locations, and there are many more. All you have to do is go to this chap and see what he's been doing. It's quite clear. So I'd be happy to share my notes, which are about 7 pages of also reviewing the integrity complaints that we've had over the years. And there have been a lot of issues, a lot of problems, and it's very costly and divisive. So that's why I'm in support of doing something. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. Few things. First of all, you suggested that we might want to have a wording of director of HR or assign. That's fine. I reviewed this matter with IC Craig, and she has informed me that there are other jurisdictions that support this idea that individual employees do not have an ability to file a code directly. But what I'd like to highlight here is this. In any organization, let's call it, in our structure here, we have a senior management team, director of HR, and a CAO. These people are all responsible for the people that report to them. And if there is a problem with any of these direct reports, then their manager should be responsible for understanding any of their concerns. That's really what a manager is. They're responsible for managing the people, not only for their job tasks, but also for their interactions with the organization. And so why would any of these roles consider it reasonable for their employee to ignore their coaching of, no, I don't think you should be filing a code of conduct violation against a counselor, ignore their coaching and move forward with a weaponized code of conduct complaint? Instead, each of these roles should be receiving concerns from their direct employees, and only when, as the resolution suggests, only when the director of HR is kind of the end state from an HR perspective, receives issues that cannot be resolved and the employee is still upset, then you go into the concept of mediation. And we've already heard from Councillor Graziano that mediation can be open or closed, and I can share with you that I've had personal experiences with closed mediation where I have no idea who's in the room beside me, but we had a mediator bouncing back and forth room to room. So the ability of doing mediation without knowing who the complainant is very, very possible, and it's done in business all the time. So I think that we are on the cusp here of having an opportunity to make real changes to the program that reflect an organization doing what it's supposed to be doing anyways, which is managing people. And only when that management of people gets to an extreme state where the direct report feels like they can't and haven't been able to resolve their issues, then you end up with a single person or a delegate who is that person of focus then to file a code complaint. Any other type of process leaves a weaponized code of conduct process where people can sit behind firewalls and take shots at councillors. And that's unreasonable. And Councillor Bocek hit the nail on the head. You can't really begin with effective mediation if you don't know who the complainant is. But even in a process where you have a director of HR being that role, you can make some forward progress. But what we have right now is it's absurd. Let's just sit up here on the dais and no flak jackets on and just wait for the bullets to fly. That's what we have today, and that's unreasonable.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
I certainly hope that last comment isn't taken literally by anybody, especially in light of our firearms bylaw.
That's good. That's really good.
In light of comments made by our CEO with regards to some complaints that came through last year and how mediation was attempted and how that does conform to what we currently have in place, maybe what we need here is a resolution to review our code of conduct procedures in an attempt to try and revise them and make them more applicable to everything we've just been discussing here, because I find myself quite a bit in agreement with what Councillor Hazelton has just stated and Councillor Bocek, the frustrations involved in that. I would not want to be in that kind of a seat and not knowing until the IC is involved immediately that things have already escalated to that level. So while I appreciate, one, that our CAO did attempt mediation previously, I think we should try and figure out how we can make that more of a part of the process, and maybe a review of what we currently have in place as opposed to a new resolution would be the best way to handle it.
Thank you. Councillor Petco.
Thank you. And then just following up on this, and I think I'm in agreement with Councillor Jarvis at the moment. I just had an opportunity to look at North Bay's Code of Conduct bylaw, and there's no mention of how a complaint is submitted other than very similar to what our Code of Conduct says, that a Code of Conduct complaint is given to the Integrity Commissioner, and it must be in writing, and it must have particulars of the alleged contravention, and the integrity commissioner can refuse to investigate, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not sure where the mediation and reporting to HR piece of the process comes in. If it's not in the code of conduct, and that's part of their internal process, I'm fine with pursuing that. But if these other municipalities aren't following that route, I'm not sure that we need to be putting that into our code of conduct right now. Thanks. And I'm totally in favor of pursuing what we can do, getting some other opinions, but I'm just concerned if the conversation is around North Bay and they don't have it in their code of conduct, how are we deviating from what their internal practice is?
For me, all this discussion comes down to what I consider one very simple question. I mean, I'm all in favor of mediation. I think that the pattern outlined here is a logical one, makes sense, that we can, and that I don't know, the human resources director hasn't put her hand up. I don't know if she wants to or if she's just listening, but it won't necessarily put a lot more on our human resources director, in that if staff is making a complaint about counselors, she's probably already heard about it informally, odds are. So I don't think we're adding an extra burden necessarily, but to me it all comes down to one question, and that is in the first sentence of this recommendation. It said that update the code of conduct to require all staff concerns. Does the province allow us to put that in our code, or in other words, do we allow mediation or do we mandate mediation? And if we're trying to mandate mediation and the province says we cannot mandate it, then all we can do is encourage it. And I'm really curious, and I'd like to actually get more information on this. Councillor Cooper has mentioned this one integrity commissioner working in I think you named half a dozen communities. I'm really wondering is maybe it's his investigation process, and I'm guessing, so this is strictly a guess. His investigation process, he tries to go through a mediation before he goes in whole hog. But if that's the case, it's still the integrity commissioner who's involved. It's still the integrity commissioner who will bill us. And I have no idea, and again, I don't know what I'm talking about up there, but I just wonder that, especially after Councillor Predko reads that, you file a complaint with the integrity commissioner. So to me, that's the number one question in my mind. And maybe I'm too simplistic or too simple-minded, I don't know. But can we, as a municipality, mandate mediation? That's my question, and I'd love to see different opinions or information on that, because if we can't mandate mediation, then we can update our mediation process in our current code of conduct, and I think it says encourage or something. It's got some similar word to encourage. We can maybe update and suggest, if we don't already, that the director of human resources gets involved. But if we can't mandate, then let's not pass a resolution that forces something that by law we can't force. That's how I see it. Clerk Way, were you itching to say a comment or not? I saw the hand move. Okay. All right. So, given all this, how do you want to go forward? Do you, as council, want me to read this motion and take a vote, or do you want to simply ask staff to look into the mandate versus allow question, or how do you want to go forward? And of course, recognizing that this won't have any effect on the complaints. I think we have 17 days, and then the complaint period with the integrity commissioner is over for this term. That doesn't mean we can't change the code of conduct for going forward, but we have that in the background, is that in 17 days, staff won't be able to file a code of conduct complaint even if they want to. Councillor Cooper.
I just would think we've spent a lot of time on this, and I think it would be very helpful if we come to some resolution in terms of a go forward to embrace this, and it will take some time, obviously, to do some research. I'm not against referring it to the staff, but just because you can't make a complaint in 17 days or whatever the number is, doesn't mean that we can't change the rules. And I think it'd be a real shame if we did all this work and then threw it over the fence to the next council. I think that would be really unfortunate. That's my view. So if there's a way around that, I would like to.
We do have the option to refer it, don't we?
Sorry?
We do have the option to refer it, this motion, to staff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Question. My point was, let's not throw it over the fence to January of 2027. That's all I'm trying to get at.
I get that.
Thank you.
Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, sorry. I'm finding that in light of comments that have been made, particularly by the CAO and in view of our current code of conduct, to me, this resolution is somewhat redundant. And I think a review of our current code of conduct procedures would be more applicable to our current situation, as opposed to trying to introduce something new that it would sort of not override, but it's concurrent with what we already have in place.
Mariotti.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it already, Mayor Coetzee, but the province is working towards implementing a provincially mandated code of conduct before the next election. So in my opinion, I would suggest that we wait and see what that says, and then work from there.
Councilor Bochek.
Right, one last comment, and it could be to our CAO, that in light of the fact that the province has mandated that they are going to now be assigning the chair of a district council or regional council. And that's a real...
That hasn't passed yet.
No, it hasn't passed yet, but it's going to be coming onto the floor. That may affect this in quite a large way as well, too. And do you have any timelines on when they're thinking about changing, or no? No, okay. I'll leave it at that then.
Building on what Councillor Cooper said, we've, I think, invested a lot of thinking time on this. The province claims to be able to do things, but who knows if they're ever going to do it. What Councillor Bochek just said, which is they're going to be changing the policy of how a district chair gets appointed, elected, assigned, whatever. I mean, things are changing at the provincial level. I don't think we should govern ourselves by what they might do. I think we should take the bull by the horns and try to get ourselves to a better place. And if they come along and supersede it later, well, fine. But we've invested a lot of time and energy and understanding of the problem that we have here. Let's make suggestions on how to solve it. Thank you.
All right. Councilor Jarvis.
At risk of beating a dead horse here. Again, we're looking at something, the motion here, as I see it's redundant. I think we should all do ourselves a favor and review what we currently have in place. And maybe at a COW meeting within the next month or two, have it up for further discussion. Because I don't see this achieving anything right now.
Yeah, well, my big concern is the way it reads. I wouldn't be able to support it because when it says require staff concerns be handled, it's that word require that I have difficulty with. Having said that, I have no issue with, I like your idea. We all review it, and maybe it should be an item on a COW to discuss how we can improve our current code of conduct. Councilor Hazelton.
So I hear you struggling with the word require, but in any organization, employees need to be talking to their management. This is like motherhood and apple pie. Everybody should be talking to their management if they have any concerns. Requiring them to do their job is like, how can we object to that? And if I'm a manager and I have somebody who is not bringing concerns to me, then What kind of a manager am I? So I don't see this as being anything, but this is normal. This is what should be happening in every organization, that they bring their issues to their manager or the director of HR. Like, anyways, it's just.
But then you have, and that only the director of human resources can file a code.
That's a separate point. Requiring staff to talk to their manager is common sense. Like, why would we work?
Okay, we can talk for another hour and I'm not willing to do it. We have to, as a council now, make a decision. Do you want me to read the motion as it is and you vote on it? Or do you want us to do something such as refer it? Or do you want to do something such as passing a different motion so that we can all go to lunch? That's where we're at right now. Councillor Bocek.
In light of the report or the resolution put in front of us, I think it demands a little more discussion because to Councillor Hazelton's exact words, the complaint against me was not from an employee, it was from a manager. And you're saying that the employee should take it to the manager, then the manager deal with, but when the complaint is made by a manager or a director, that's going to really change what is said here. So I think a discussion is warranted. Well, we tried that.
Okay, but let's get back to council. Do you want me to call this particular motion and see how it falls, or do you want me to
Refer to Cal.
Yeah, refer
okay.
to Cal.
Can we do that? Okay. How about moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Cooper, be it resolved that council refer this matter to Cal for further discussion.
Committee of the whole.
Yeah, committee of the whole.
May.
I don't know what the agenda is. So. Yeah, I was proposing just open. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council refer this matter to the committee of the whole for further discussion or further review.
Hopefully a lot of us will do some homework and read that.
It gives us an opportunity to do that.
Not just the council.
Yeah, I haven't read that particular part of it for some time. All those in favor? And that is carried. I'm going to propose we break for lunch. Clerk Way, we're going to be going into closed at some point.
Correct. Can we adopt the one bylaw we
Yes.
have, and then maybe we can
Read the
do
motion.
closed?
Now, is there anything in this that we have to know the timing on?
2 o'clock is for item 13B.
Okay, I think you told me that before. I just wanted to confirm. All right, so council, what I'm suggesting is we have one bylaw, then we'll read the motion to go into closed, and then we'll break for lunch. And folks, do you want 3/4 an hour for lunch? Half an hour? 3/4. So then we will reconvene at 1:30 and closed, and we can go through a couple of matters perhaps and then we'll go to the 2 o'clock lawyer one. Okay, so moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that council adopts bylaw 2026-018, Deputy Fire Chief appointment. Wall. All those in favor? And we have now officially a new Deputy Fire Chief. Mr. Dowell, you can book your vacation for next year. Yeah. We'd appreciate that.
He's been around here a long time. A long time.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano, where Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following section of 239(2). 1. The OLT OLT 26-000037 and the same dash 53, Michael Bice, 65 Dale Drive versus Township of Georgian Bay. 2, Tickner Phase 2 Property Valuations Administrative Report 2026-050. 3, Council March 9, 2026 closed minutes. 4, Special Council March 27, 2026 closed minutes. And 5, Legal Files Listing. Be it now resolved, the Council Township Georgian Bay moves into closed session at 1:30 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And so we are now going to take a break until 1:30. And then for Councilors Bocek and Graziano, we'll have to manage who steps out of the room and when at that time. Thank you.
Coming back right in.
All right, council, thank you for your patience. I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 2:54 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the Council adopts the March 9th, 2026 Council closed minutes as circulated. All those in favor? That is carried. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the Council adopts the March 27, 2026 special closed Council closed minutes as circulated. All those in favor? That is carried. Moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the Council adopts bylaw 2026-019 to confirm the proceedings of the April 13th, 2026 council meeting and the removal of the echo chamber. All those in favor? And it worked. Yeah. Moved by Councillor Hazel and seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved, the council does now adjourn at 2:55 p.m. until May 4th, 2026 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And we'll all meet again tomorrow with regards to Planning Council at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much, everyone.